All right, what's going on, everyone? See if somebody enters my chat today. Nobody? Damn, I got nobody today. Hell. YouTube's not being kind today. They don't want to send my impressions out. So, just kind of wait a minute, see if some people come in. They want to join me in the chat here. Enjoy me some nice coffee. We got pumpkin flavor today because I'm feeling very seasonal. Never forget, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. I don't get a lot of views over there on the Twitch. A lot of people are more on the YouTube. Though recently, honestly, people have been watching on Twitch. It's kind of odd. It's like we're flipping over to Twitch more now. What's going on, King? He says, yes, I'm here. Pumpkin spice in the chat. You. The pumpkin is it's like you either hate it or you love it. For me, it's a seasonal thing. Just the smell of it is like, oh, okay, Halloween is near. I love Halloween. That's my favorite holiday. And just getting the smell in, it's like that's that time of year. You probably ban them all for being too political. No way. No way. Wait. People can be political in the chat. And to be honest, I haven't banned anyone. Unless they were... Did I ban anyone? I don't think I banned anyone ever in the chat at all. Unless maybe they were like trying to like sell their business or something. It wasn't even on topic. They were something like... There's a lot of people on Twitch that try to get you to sign up and pay them to like do the layout for Twitch, and they come into smaller streamers chats to try and like sell it to them. Then they would get banned. Thank you for your service, 07 brother. Not quite an 07. I made it to E6. I'm the crusty technical sergeant. I am the crusty technical sergeant that gets pissed off when the LT gets us lost. I am the crusty technical sergeant that the commander would go to because he's looking for a differing like opinion. I'm the crusty guy who just wants to work and doesn't want to deal with the bullshit meetings. That's me. What's your MOS? So I wasn't in the Army. I was Air Force. I'm a cybersecurity guy. So yeah, I did cybersecurity. Really grateful for that, to be honest. The Air Force, looking back on it, I did a decade, and it was worth it for sure. The Air Force took care of me. As much as I complain and shit on everything, overall, the Air Force was probably the best decision of my life. Yeah, I got out in May, so I'm not really far removed from the military, to be honest. Pilot and hacker. Oh yeah, of course. For sure. Yeah, I got out in May, and actually today I got my first civilian job offer. So I feel like a real civilian now. I actually have a job. I'm not just streaming on Twitch every day. What countries have I been to? The only other countries that the Air Force took me to was Kuwait and Qatar. I'm not a cool like combat vet or anything like that. I did go on some deployments in the Middle East, but nothing dangerous. I'm not a hero, especially compared to other people, that's for sure. Um, really, bro? Really? It's heavily raining here in Florida, and my dog is very upset because he wants to go outside and play, but we can't. There's lightning out there. Yeah, like I was saying, I didn't do anything crazy in the military. I was a cyber guy. You call me when Facebook goes down. I'll fix it for y'all. Qatar or Qatar? Depends on who you ask. Most Americans, I've noticed they call it Qatar. If you're actually in the region, they call it Qatar. So, yeah. Go lay down. Go lay down. He's going to start again. He's going to make this difficult. I can't stop the rain. I don't know what he wants me to do. I can't. I don't control the weather. You know? Hey, no. I can't do nothing for you. I can't. We can't. Puppy dog in the chat. But yeah, I got my first. Well, I don't officially have the job yet. I got an offer letter. I still gotta do the background checks and all that before they accept me. But allegedly, maybe soon I'll have my first big boy job out of the military. We're making progress, boys. Making progress. We got Chad in the chat. What's going on, man? How's your day going? No. Bro, you're gonna go outside. Like outside of the room, not outside. He's like, oh, I'm gonna go outside? Hell yeah. Is it a related career field to what you had in the military? Absolutely. It is a cyber job, so yeah. I'm going back into doing the cyber stuff. What the US is currently what the US is doing currently to Iran, the same thing they did to Iraq. Well, we haven't completely invaded them yet, so hopefully it doesn't escalate from there. Going well. I keep thinking it's Friday though. Oh, we're not there yet. We got one more day. They will have nuclear weapons by the end of the year. I thought Iran already had nuclear weapons. I thought they were one of them. Go lay down. Iran, brother, these colors don't run. So annoying. Brother, you annoying. You annoying as hell. No. They were going to, but they stopped. They could lift so they could lift their sanctions. Those Trump sanctions. All right, we're gonna take the dog out. All right. Doggo did not want me to stream. Clearly. But, what can I do? All right. They were going to, but they stopped so they could lift sanctions. So I guess they never actually accomplished that. Big sources say that Biden Harris gave $239 million to the Taliban. Not sure on who to believe. Yeah, I've been who's that Navy SEAL dude? He has the podcast. He's been saying that for a while, that we've been giving money to the Taliban. Sean, is his name Sean something? Hold on, let me look it up. Sean Ryan, I think his name is. I don't want his Instagram. I want his YouTube. Yeah, the Sean Ryan show. He has been interviewing guys.
The FBI's footprint.
Gotta kill the this. Set this up. This guy, he's been saying that for a while. Supposedly he's been interviewing people like the heads of, I don't even know, to be honest. I didn't watch all of it. But he's been saying it for a while, that we've been donating so much money to the Taliban. Maybe if the USA supports Israel wrapping and torturing more prisoners, it'll get Iran to back off finally until 9/11 second version kicks off. Does the strongest country in the world make mistakes, and why does US and the Taliban have some bank connection in the first place? Yeah, that's pretty much what on his podcast he's been talking about. Like, why are we donating to these people? We literally pulled out, and now we're donating to our enemies. Let me see if I can find some stuff about the Taliban donations. Yikes, 2.9 billion. Let's see what these guys have to say. Get the ads off. All right, so this is ProPublica. I don't know how credible they are, but a lot of people are already reporting on this. It says UN has flown more than 2.9 billion to in cash to Afghanistan since the Taliban seized power, diverting US funds. The U.S. State Department has previously said that no U.S. funds went to the militant group, but a new federal report indicates that some taxpayer money has ended up in the Taliban control Central Bank of Afghanistan. The United Nations has delivered more than 2.9 billion in cash to Afghanistan since the Taliban seized control, resulting in the flow of U.S. funds to the extremist group, according to a recent government report. So yeah, why are we giving money to these people? Why are we giving money to Afghanistan at all? The UN deposits the cash into a private Afghan bank and disperses funds to the agency's aid organizations and nonprofit humanitarian groups. Why are we doing this? Why are we meddling with other people, trying to save other people when we can't even save ourselves? That's the question. Globe Eye news source. Thanks, Obama. Exactly. Humanitarian aid. Okay, but why? Why are we aiding these people? Why? The whole point of us pulling out was to pull out. If we're pulling out, let's pull out. Let's not be half in and still giving them money, especially $2.9 billion of tax money. Come on, guys. Come on. That's ridiculous. Humanitarian aid. Come on, man. If we're going to give them aid, we should have just stayed. We should have completely took over the region. Because the population of Afghanistan is 40 million and the Taliban is 200K. But the Taliban is in control of the entire region. So you can say, like, yeah, okay, Afghanistan, there are people that were like not supporting of the war and all that. But they're still controlled by the Taliban. That 200 billion was hush money to not interfere in the coming war, and maybe more money is coming. Exactly. And now we figured this out. But nothing's going to be done about it. I mean, we're just giving money away. That's what America does. We just give it away. I know, right? They gave me 1,400 stimulus. The suckers got them. I don't even know if I ever got my stimulus. I was deployed when they were doing all that. And I think there was something that happened. I think later I got it. There was something about military members not getting their stimulus at the time. This is obviously many years ago, so it's hard to remember. But then later they had to come back and say that I actually got stimulus. I don't think my wife got it either. That you got your shot though? Yeah. So the military forced me to get the shot. Yeah, I didn't have a choice. So for the longest time, we kind of had a choice. My leadership at the time, they were pushing for it really hard. And a lot of people didn't want to get the shot. So then they started saying, if you don't get the shot, we're not going to recommend you for awards, which is going to stifle your promotions. And we're not going to put you in for special duties and things like that. They're pretty much saying, if you don't get the shot, we're going to hurt your career. And then later the mandate came out where they had an official order where they said, if you do not get this shot, we're going to kick you out. And people were looking at like dishonorable discharges, which would obviously follow them in their civilian careers. And a lot of people got the shot at that point. They jumped in line. They said, hey, put me in the express line. Because you're threatening to take people's livelihoods away. I mean, this is how they were feeding their families. So they jumped in that line real quick. I was there with them. Wait till they force you to get the next one. Once you're in, you're never out. Nah, I mean, I didn't have anything bad happen to me. I'm not necessarily anti-vaccine, but it became clear to me that the vaccine wasn't working. So I was like, why am I going to go get my 500 booster shot when this stuff isn't even legit? So I got the 2. I think it's 2, right? It was a series of 2, and then you were considered fully vaccinated. And then after that, I was like, I'm done. I didn't even really like getting the flu shot. The military also made me do that. I would try to get out of it the best I could, but sometimes they would force you. You're supposed to get it every year, but sometimes you can kind of like weed through the cracks and not get it. And the only reason why I didn't like the flu shot is because every time I got it, I felt sick. And it's like, is defeating the purpose. If I'm going to get a flu shot and then I feel sick for the next 2 days, why get it? Wait till they force you to get the next. Oh wait, that's the chat didn't update it yet. Why the chat update? Go chat, go. There it goes. All right, waiting for the flu shot took up my entire reserve weekend a couple times. Exactly, you wait in these lines, and it's just not fun. Not so much that I'm anti-vaccine. It's just the military makes everything not fun. It's very wait in a line. You feel like cattle. Hurry up and wait. Well, at least they're not looking at going to war with Russia anytime soon. You should be good. Well, I'm done. I'm out. So if they go to war, that sucks for the people in the military. You know, I'm out. I'm civilian now. I am no longer referred by my slave name of Sergeant. Anyway, let's see what's going on in politics. My video. All right, so JD Vance is giving a speech today in Boston, the same exact place that Tim Walz was yesterday at the Firefighters Union. So they are allowing both candidates to come in, give their speech, and we can kind of gauge where the support is actually at because it's the same people, same event. We'll see here. Oh, they got the music though. Gotta kill the music. There we go.
Guys, thank you so much. Well,
why's the volume down so low? Somebody's screaming at him.
Guys, we got some. It sounds like we got some fans and some haters. That's okay. Listen to what I have to say here. And
oh, he's getting booed.
My pitch. I want to first say thank you to Representative Jimenez for the great introduction. It's very kind of you. Thank you for your service to our country. The only career firefighter in the United States Congress. So thrilled to have you on our side and thrilled to have you fighting for America's firefighters. Let's give it up for Representative Jimenez.
10 U.S. Code 12302 allows the Secretary of Defense to recall retired soldiers to active duty in times of war or national emergency. You're never out, brother. 07, thank you for your service. Nope, I didn't retire. So technically, because I'm not retired, they can't call me for that order, right? We got to do the lawyer thing where you have to like specifically define everything. So because I didn't retire and I only did 10 years, I'm separated. So it doesn't count for me. Are you a lawyer? No. Yeah. No, they're not calling me back. They can't call me back. I'm not doing it.
Now, I also want to thank President Kelly and every single IAFF member for your warm welcome. It is an honor to be here with America's incredible firefighters, and I'm honored to be here. God bless you guys, and thanks for what you do. Now, I do have some news to break this morning. I guess I just heard on the ride over here that the New York City Fire Marshals Benevolent Association has endorsed the Trump-Vance ticket. I, of course, want to thank them for their support, and I want to humbly ask all of you to join them, and I'd like to explain why.
Okay.
Now, the American people respect you. They respect firefighters, and we're eternally grateful for the valiant work you do for our communities and for our neighborhoods.
I separated and waited my 2 years of IRR free at last. I don't think I'm on IRR anyway. I think because I did 10 years active duty, I think a lot of what I always heard is if you did 4 years active, you would have 4 years IRR. But I think if you got past the 8 years, you didn't actually go into the IRR. I'm not positive on that, but I'm pretty sure I don't have time in that.
Every day, firefighters risk your lives to save homes, businesses, and the precious lives of our fellow citizens. Now, you're also incredibly kind and patient. As the father of a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old, I have been to firehouses all over this country, in San Diego, Atlanta, and New York City, and of course many in my home state of Ohio. And despite the fact you guys are probably annoyed to have a few young kids drop in, you were always unfailingly kind and patient, and I'm grateful to it. It's one of the reasons we love our firefighters in this country. You all are the embodiment of American spirit: heroic, determined, selfless, hardworking, and tough. This country was built by people like you. America is great because of people like you, and I believe you deserve a government that is loyal to you.
I wonder what the guy was heckling him about. I couldn't really hear the audio, hear what he was screaming at him, but he settled down now.
Now, I know Governor Tim Walz was here yesterday, and I'm glad he was able to come. And I respect this union for inviting both sides to take the stage and to make the case to all of our membership. And of course, that's what democracy is about. You listen to both sides, you weigh their records, you weigh their plans, and then you vote. And so today I'm asking you to ignore the campaign rhetoric and look at the record. In 2019, this union endorsed a Democrat for president with high hopes. But sadly, I believe you've been let down. Now let's talk about the issues that affect all Americans, and then let's talk about some of the issues that affect just firefighters. But all Americans are affected by this terrible inflation crisis. And under President Trump, wages were rising, and nobody was really talking about inflation in 2020 in this country. But under the economic mismanagement of this administration, firefighters have had already strained budgets and pensions stretched to the breaking point by this affordability crisis. With President Trump at the helm, our border was secure and drug trafficking was down. And under the open border policies of this administration, America has experienced a massive increase and a massive influx of illegal aliens and deadly drugs. And I know that a lot of you are on the front lines fighting against it. Enough fentanyl has poured into this country under Kamala Harris's leadership to kill every single American, man, woman, and child.
Jesus.
And firefighters and EMTs every single day are fighting against this crisis. I know it because I've seen you in my communities, and I admire you for it. Now, when I visit a factory or some other place of business, I always ask the workers there, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And the answer is almost always no. Now, I want to ask the firefighters in this room a slightly different but a related question. Are you administering less Narcan today than you were 4 years ago? My guess is that for almost every person in this room, the answer is unfortunately no, and that was a policy choice of the President administration. Now, you are so often the first to respond when someone is suffering an overdose. You try to help our fellow citizens living with addiction to survive those overdoses and to be able to build a second chance at a better life. And I know, and I've seen it very personally, you try desperately to revive parents who took something they shouldn't, all while comforting the children who were terrified that they might lose their mom or dad. I've spoken to so many firefighters and EMTs over the years who are on the front lines of this drug war, this addiction crisis. They revive people who took fentanyl, they rescue their children, and they even sometimes, as you all know, put out fires that were started by drug addicts. And one of the things they confess to me in private, though I know you would never say this in public, is their fear that they aren't making a difference. Now, there's a hidden trauma among our firefighters. I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't know. A trauma that comes from staring death in the eye every single day and worrying that you are fighting a losing battle. And I just want you to hear it from me that I understand. But I want you to hear a story, a very personal story. When I was 12, my mom was in the middle of a terrible, terrible addiction crisis herself. She struggled with it for most of my early childhood. And I remember during a particularly bad episode, I called 911. Like so many kids who have parents who struggle, I called 911. Now the firefighters, the EMTs, and the police came. They calmed her down, but as you all know, they calmed me down too. They calmed my sister down. They did that public service that only they can do. Now years later, she took something else that she shouldn't have taken. And the firefighters and the EMTs, they saved her life and took her to the hospital where she lay in a coma before eventually waking up.
Wow.
And I want you to know that for us, we did get a second chance. And so if you're ever worried that you're not making a difference, listen to this. From the sad and tearful 12-year-old to a 40-year-old who's now asking to be your vice president, you do make a difference. You make a difference every single day, and I thank you for it.
I don't think anybody's saying that firefighters don't make a difference. I don't think anyone's ever said that.
Now, you might not always see it, and you might not hear it, and I know that a lot of the people that you're out there fighting for and saving, sometimes they don't say thank you. But my mom, as much as she struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life, when you saved her life, when you gave her a second chance, she got clean, and she's been clean and sober for now almost 10 years. And God bless her, and God bless all of you for fighting for her. So believe it from me, believe it from a kid who's seen it with his very own eyes. You are making a difference. You are saving lives, and you are giving people an opportunity at a second chance, even if you don't see them take that opportunity every single time. God bless you guys. I love you for it, and I'm so grateful for it. We wouldn't have the second chance with my mom without probably some of the people that are sitting in this room.
So what he needs to do is he needs to take questions. Tim Walz was there yesterday, didn't take any questions. He retreated off stage. Obviously, there's some people out there that don't like him, don't like JD Vance, not Tim Walz. There's some people there in the crowd right now who do not like him. So what he needs to do is take questions from those people. Pretty common sense, right? Take questions from them. That would be the ultimate one-up from your opponent who was just there yesterday.
Now, while overwhelming America's firefighters and EMTs, Kamala Harris's open border policy, it's also depleting our budgets. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, not a fan of mine or President Trump, said that illegal immigration will destroy New York City due to the huge financial strain, which is about $12 billion over the next 3 years, and that's just in New York City.
Harris and Walz interview tonight. Yeah, I saw that this morning, but it's not until like 9 p.m. Also, it's on CNN, I think, if I read that right. It was one of those major networks who, most likely, if I were to stream it, they would immediately copyright strike me. It's one of those like legacy media bastards that don't want to have commentary on it.
The mayor announced sweeping budget cuts that would slash $300 million from the fire department and cut the number of police officers to the lowest level since the 1990s. And it's the same story all over the United States of America. Illegal immigration cost Chicago taxpayers $361 million last year. Denver is shelling out $180 million. Washington, D.C. is paying $36 million. If we don't secure our border soon, my friends, our cities are going to have to cut vital police, fire, and emergency medical services to the bone. And it's you who's going to suffer, and it's the people you serve who are going to suffer. We shouldn't be forced to spend billions of dollars on people who aren't even supposed to be here. We should be spending that money on schools, police and fire departments, and our citizens. And under President Donald J. Trump's leadership, we will. Now, here's another promise, not just a promise based on some plan that's written on a website, but based on the real record.
So what I saw this morning, yesterday, everybody was criticizing Harris for needing her VP in the interview, which is fair. I mean, you just got to be fair about it. That's fair that she should actually sit down and do an interview on her own. Immediately you see on X, they try to find every president that sat down with their VP, take pictures of it to try and pretend like it's normal for them to do that, which it would be normal. It is normal, but are they using a yellow filter on this stream? I don't know. Their camera is a little bit weird and tinted. I don't know what they're doing there. It is kind of off. Also, their mics are not that great, which is kind of common, I guess. But anyway, you see, they try to find pictures to show, oh, here's Biden doing an interview with Kamala, and here is Obama doing an interview with Itchy. Anyway, they were saying they're just showing like all of the VPs with presidents in the interviews, trying to act like it was natural. It wasn't natural. It's weird. It's a little bit weird that she hasn't done an interview and she has to have Waltz in this one. Have they tried letting in more illegal immigrants, making them legal? Then they pay taxes for more to come in. Try this one simple trick. Yeah, I mean, that would totally work if it wasn't for our limited supply of housing. And their plan is to let them in and give them money and free healthcare that we can't afford. It's an emotional thing for them. I get it. They want to help everyone. But, numbers are kind of a big deal. And you even see it like her famous speech was to tell people to come in because we're going to give you healthcare. We're going to give you all these benefits. And the famous speech later by Harris was, do not come. Because she was incentivizing all of these people to come in, and then she tells them don't come. It doesn't work like that. You tell people you're going to give them free housing and medical, and they got jobs, and they can get a stipend from the government. Of course they're going to come here. Even if you say don't come, of course they're going to come and get the benefits. I heard and noticed they did joint interviews after they announced their VP pick, but not a month later, and no solo interviews. Exactly. It's not weird that she's doing it with her VP. It's weird that her first interview of not having any interviews at all is with her puppy dog. Her like lap dog there. I don't get it. And it's obvious that people are calling her out for it. So all she has to do is to stop the Republicans bashing her that she can't speak to the media. It's just do an interview. Like you're a president, or not a president candidate. So why can't you just go talk to the media? She now wants to build a wall to keep all the people she told to come out. Yeah, she flipped on that too. She flipped on being in control of the border. Now I wasn't in control of the border. I think a wall's stupid. Now I love the wall and we're going to build the wall. It's just crazy. She's edging. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with her.
Donald Trump is president, we won't sit on our hands while rioters and arsonists burn down American cities like they did to Minneapolis in 2020. Now, I'd ask you to remember the scene back in the summer of 2020, state troopers in full riot gear protecting the firefighters of Minneapolis from the rabid mob that was torching down that city. And we have to ask, why were they doing it? And part of the reason they were doing it is because people like Tim Walz invited those rioters into Minneapolis, and it was people like Donald Trump who were trying to send in the National Guard to protect them, to protect you. And we sure as hell...
This audience does not like him. It's very clear that they were in favor of Tim and not him.
Not bail out the criminals like Kamala Harris did. The criminals, many of whom were going after our firefighters as they tried to keep our cities safe and put out the fires. We're going to put criminals behind bars where they belong, and we will always stand with the courageous firefighters and the first responders who keep this country safe every single day.
There's finally some applause. It's weak, though.
President Trump and I are proud to be the most pro-worker Republican ticket in history, and I want to talk about why we're fighting for working people, why we're going to fight for unions. And
look, he's getting booed.
Non-union alike. Now,
what's going on, Paul?
Enemies and a lot of Democrats call us populists, like it's something of an insult.
Single person applaud.
But if being a populist means being on the side of working people rather than the powerful elites who hollowed out our middle class and sent us into stupid foreign wars, then sign me up. I am a populist, and I'm proud of it.
They don't like him.
Now, for decades, unions have given support to Democrat candidates without giving Republicans much consideration, and I'm not here to judge you or to blame you or to criticize you. I am here to tell you that it's a different world now. You may have noticed that Donald Trump is not exactly like Mitt Romney or some of the Republicans of the past. He is a different kind of Republican. And under his leadership, the Republican Party is the party of the American worker. Now just think about the Republican and Democrat conventions we just had. It says a lot who each party chose to put up on that stage. At the Republican convention, we were featuring everyday American workers, and of course, we had Hulk Hogan. And while it's tempting, and I'm sure it would make some big headlines, don't worry, everybody, I'm not going to try to take off my shirt here.
Thank
But
God.
at the Democrat convention, it was a parade of celebrities and billionaires. It felt sometimes like every celebrity except for Hulk Hogan was at the Democratic National Convention. And I don't blame anybody for being famous or for making money, but you cannot be a champagne socialist who supports open borders and pretend that you're a friend of working men and women. It doesn't make an ounce of sense, my friends. It just...
I kind of agree with the point he's making, because even in Harris's speech at the DNC, she keeps trying to say that she is the underdog, but yet the entire global Hollywood industry was behind her. How are you the underdog? It doesn't make sense at all. You're leading in the polls, but yet you're an underdog. That makes no sense to me at all. And I thought Hulk Hogan was cool. Just gonna say it. I thought it was cool. Hadn't seen that dude for a long time, so he was pretty cool. Paul says, chillin' like a villain. That's good. We are almost to the weekend, so glad you're able to kick it.
This doesn't. The most profound moment for me at either convention was the American hero who couldn't be there. And I think we're all united in celebrating and remembering Corey Compratore, a great American, a great fire chief, a great husband, and a great father. But while the assassin in Butler, Pennsylvania barely missed Donald Trump.
What state recently rolled back workers' breaks and heat waves? I don't know anything about that. I didn't hear anything about that. What I did hear about is I just got a like over there on YouTube. So hell yeah. There we go. Getting some likes. I'll look it up though. We'll see what's going on with that.
He took the life of that great firefighter, a selfless patriot, and a respected citizen in his community. Now at the convention, President Trump stood beside Corey's helmet and gear and called for a moment of silence. And I'll tell you, there wasn't a dry eye in the arena in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Our nation wept for Corey, just as our nation weeps for all the firefighters and the first responders who lost their lives in the service of others. Now, of course, I couldn't help but notice this wall beside me with names, I believe, 644 names. Is that right? 644 names of firefighters and emergency medical workers, proud IAFF members who have passed since your last convention. And I just want to tell you, seeing that wall breaks my heart, and it gives me a sense of renewed commitment to everything that you're doing. And I think just as it's fitting to remember the sacrifice of Corey Compratore, we should also take a moment. Let's take a moment of silence and remember the 644 of your brothers and sisters who have passed. Thank you all.
Paul says, Florida or Texas? That's my state. What side were those states on, red or blue? Hold on, I got it right here, actually. 1 second. So this is what Never Forget was talking about, and it's actually my state. I didn't even know about this. This is back in April. It says Florida baffles experts by banning local water break rules as deadly heat is on the rise. And I can tell you firsthand, here in Florida, it's hot as fuck. It's bad. It's humidity. It's the sun. It feels like death when you go outside. If it's not a rainy day where the clouds are out, my God, I stay inside. It's awful. But yeah, I guess it was Florida. What's the justification here? Miami-Dade County under a proposal that suggested mandated breaks in the shade on the hottest days, but Florida said no. So maybe they didn't do it actually. We gotta actually read. That's probably important, not just to look at the headlines. The county's proposal to establish heat rules for workers has been preempted by a new law. Florida has joined Texas in banning such local rules for outdoor workers. So Florida and Texas actually are banning that. Meanwhile, California, Colorado, Minnesota, Oregon, and Washington have passed laws giving more protections to construction workers who work in extreme heat. So what are they trying to say? Here we go. Florida's new law has frustrated and angered some experts and advocates for construction workers and farm workers. As summer gets hotter over the years, outdoor workers will need more protection, not fewer. Okay, what is the law exactly though? Here we go. The law will primarily affect low-income workers of color. Okay, but what's the law? Extreme heat kills and maims. What's the law though? Some farm workers aren't allowed to take breaks. Some farm workers in Florida aren't allowed to take breaks, don't have access to shade, and are pushed to work faster. So I guess they're just not letting them take breaks. I'd like to see it like spelled out. Like, what are they trying to say? Like, what are the conditions, you know? Federal laws already prohibit unsafe work conditions, which makes added local rules unnecessary. Red state for sure. Yeah, they're saying red states. Nobody cares about workers more than a Republican. That's harsh. Our weather in WA is pretty chill. You can handle snow. Yeah, I didn't know about this. Of course, I just got to Florida, so I want to what's the rule exactly though? It doesn't really say. Well, here's the new law. Hopefully they don't like try to give me something stupid like a dumb ad like that. Florida joins Texas in banning local heat protections for outdoor workers. Only 5 states offer statewide heat protections from outdoor workers. Some of the nation's hottest states, including Texas, Arizona, and now Florida, do not. Florida will become the second state to stop local governments from requiring heat protection for outdoor workers. The law, which DeSantis signed last week, goes into effect on July 1st and establishes multiple restrictions for city and county government, including ability to set heat exposure requirements not already required under state and federal law. Okay, so that's what they're saying. So they're not required to give a break. So if you get stuck working for a terrible worker or terrible boss rather, then they could, overstep their bounds and potentially that somebody could die. It's hot here. I can tell you, like, it's really hot here. And there is another like there. All right, we're up to 3 now. Definitely feeling the likes. But yeah, never forget, you are right there. That's Florida. That is a Republican, mostly Republican. Can we say Florida's probably Republican? There's definitely a huge Democrat population as well. I mean, you do get a mix as much as people think this is like MAGA country. If you go to like Lineage is a coffee chain here. If you go into Lineage, like you've stepped into Democrat world, especially places like the bigger towns like Orlando, Tampa, huge Democrat population, but still Florida. I don't know. When I think Florida, I think red for some reason.
Now, Donald Trump, I will tell you, Sometimes, even when he has to fight his own party, he cares for working people, and he's been fighting for them for his entire life in public service. He loves our firefighters and our first responders, and he wants to make your lives better. And he wants to make your service easier. It's never going to be easy, but maybe it can be a little bit easier than it is right now. And we have to be honest, my friends, the hard truth is that Kamala Harris is the latest in a long line of Democrats who come by every few years asking unions for money and promising you the moon, but often failing to deliver. And I'd ask you, after supporting Democrats for so long in this union, what has it gotten you? Over the past 70 years, union membership in this country, and this is not a good thing, but it has declined. The influence of unions has declined, and the wages of working people, union and non-union alike, have not kept up with the pace of inflation over the last 3.5 years.
Right.
So I want to ask you a question that Donald Trump asked America in 2016, what the hell do you have to lose? Now, I know this is a diverse union. Some of you love President Trump and some of you clearly don't. I've heard from both sides just giving this little speech. Now, this may come as a shock to you, but once upon a time, I wasn't a Trump guy either. And trust me, the president never lets me forget it. What you may not know is why I changed my mind. And it was actually in big part because of a firefighter friend from Dayton, Ohio, who persuaded me that I was wrong about Donald Trump and that he was right. And by the way, while we're talking about Dayton, can I give a shout out to Dayton Firefighters Local 136? Where are we, Dayton? God bless you guys, and God bless you for your
Didn't Biden side with the railroad and force the union to stop the strike? I don't know. I'm actually not sure. Let me check.
Now, my buddy Matt, I won't give his last name because I don't want to embarrass him, but Matt was trying to convince me to trust Donald Trump in 2016. But the truth is, I didn't fully believe in the promises Trump made. I didn't believe in the promises that any politician made, and you shouldn't either. But I didn't change my mind because of Donald Trump's promises. I changed my mind because he did a good job for the American people. He created a booming economy with rising wages and virtually no inflation. He stood up to China and reinvigorated American manufacturing. He kept us out of ridiculous foreign wars. And time after time, I saw that when Donald Trump makes a promise, my friends, he keeps it. Now just look at the promises he kept to our firefighters during his first term. He extended the AFG and SAFER authorizations to make sure firefighters got the...
So Chad, yeah, you are actually right here. Let me bring it up. So here's Time, and Time is, usually notorious for being on the left, and even they're kind of calling out Biden as well. Says why Union Joe chose to make it illegal for rail workers to strike. And as I come down here, it says Biden decided the broader economy was a bigger priority than 100,000 freight rail workers having any paid sick leave in their next contract. After campaigning as the most pro-union presidential candidate in history, Biden signed into law a measure that makes a rail strike illegal. So yeah, he did shut them down. So that's a little, I didn't know that actually. I learned something today. I didn't know about this.
The funding they need. He signed a $100 million increase for firefighters during the midst of the pandemic. He signed legislation to improve wildfire suppression and forest management. And he signed an executive order to allow unions to create apprenticeship programs, helping you all recruit and train a new generation of firefighters. He tasked his EPA with addressing dangerous chemicals like PFAS to ensure safe firefighter gear. And I'll tell you, I share President Trump's commitment, and I speak for President Trump in saying that we are dedicated to health, to safety, and to the prosperity of our first responders, including our firefighters. Now, a lot of Democrats want to attack Republicans as being anti-union, and sometimes the shoe fits, but not me and not Donald Trump. When I was in the Senate, I voted to pass the Fire Grants and Safety Act, which authorized hundreds of millions of dollars in grant funding to local firefighters.
At least they're clapping now,
And as Vice President,
little bit,
I will fight
you know?
to ensure you get the resources you need, especially in some fast-growing places like Phoenix and Las Vegas, where we need more firehouses, not more shelters to house illegal aliens. And after talking extensively with the local volunteer fire department that braved the hazmat to respond to the disastrous East Palestine train derailment, I was proud to work across the aisle to produce the Railway Safety Act. And our bipartisan bill increased funding for communities to prepare for hazardous material spills and mandated that first responders always be notified when hazardous materials are being transported on rail lines in their communities. It's just common sense. You got to tell people what you're bringing into their communities if you're bringing it in the first place. Now,
So he just started talking about building apartments to house the illegal aliens. I saw this morning. I thought it was kind of crazy, so I'll bring it up here just so you guys can see it. There we go. It says an armed illegal alien street gang gang from Venezuela seizes an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. Residents are terrified. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is on his second vacation in 2 weeks, and Kamala Harris is preparing for her first interview in 40 days. Who is running the country? So I haven't actually watched the video. Let's check it out. So they're just taking over the building. This is from a Ring doorbell, or a Blink rather. So they just take it over. They're like, "Oh, this is ours now. Thanks." What the hell, guys? Are they? Where's the police? Are they gonna do anything? Like, who's the owner of the building? I have so many questions. Yeah, I guess that's a thing.
you may remember a lot of businesses didn't like that bill, but the railway union supported it, and President Trump and I fought for it, and we're still fighting for it to this very day. Now, speaking of East Palestine, I learned in talking to the local fire department there that our firefighters experience higher rates of cancer. You all know this, of course. That's why I voted for a 5-year reauthorization to the Firefighter Cancer Registry last year, and I know when President Trump is elected, we're going to prioritize firefighter research and addressing the health risks that every single one of you take upon yourself to fight for our citizens every single day. Now look, when President Trump returns to the White House, and I believe that he will, we are always going to have an open door for the membership of this organization and the leadership of this organization, and that's true whether it's this union or other unions or anybody else. We're going to have an open door for working people because we want to fight for working people every single day. We will respect your right to engage in collective bargaining.
Trump passed something on his way out giving asylum to Venezuela, and that is crazy AF. Is YouTube getting throttled again? Not right now. So far, it's good. I don't have like a lot of likes, so people aren't coming into the chat or into the stream. So that's probably what's going on with that. Or maybe they're not sending impressions out as much, but at least the video feed is going. But yeah, Paul, you are absolutely right about Trump doing that. You can see it here from Politico, but there's a difference between, like, we could argue, should we have asylum from Venezuela? That's definitely on the table to argue that. But this is just people that are here taking over an apartment complex, which is completely a different conversation, you know? It's just, I don't know. It's insane. Got another like there, though. So I thank you for the 4th like there. Appreciate that very much. And we'll see what else he has to say. And the 5th like. There we go. Like it. We're up to 5 now.
Including your right to speak out about unconstitutional COVID vaccine mandates imposed by the current administration. We're going to abolish every single mandate, and we're going to fight to rehire every firefighter who was wrongly terminated with all the back pay that they deserve. We're going to deliver the equipment and the funding, the support and respect you all need to do your job. And we're going to seal that border and stop the flood of fentanyl that is poisoning our citizens and endangering each and every single one of you when you go to work. And here's another promise. We're going to protect your pensions because heroes like you deserve to retire with dignity and to enjoy the blessings of the country that you helped build and help protect.
I agree, that shit is crazy, and I grew up in the hood. Yeah, like we can definitely argue if we should have asylum seekers, obviously from a torn country like Venezuela. That's a completely different conversation from someone actually being here and having gangs and taking over an apartment complex by force. That's insane, especially in America.
And it's not just words. It's not just promises that I'm making. I am actually a co-sponsor of the Social Security Fairness Act, and I'm proud of it. I think it's ridiculous to penalize our firefighters in retirement for doing the right thing and fighting for our communities. Now look, I know you do a hard and dangerous job. You spend long hours away from your family. The work can leave physical and emotional scars, and I've seen it even in the firefighters that I know. Frankly, you don't get paid what you deserve. But you don't do it for fame and you don't do it for fortune. You do it, and I know this, because you love your communities.
Another YouTuber I watch sometimes said something that I agree with. If they are a war-torn refugee, definitely come. If you're in danger, if you're an economical refugee because you voted that way, stay home and fix it. I mean, ultimately, that's what you would hope for the people, is that they would stay in their own country and try to fix the conditions that led them there. And you can kind of see it in locations like Venezuela, but you have corrupt people in power who might not accept election results. And then how do you fix it at that point? Do you overthrow the government? Is that the plan? Do you have a civil war? Like, Jesus. Not if their elections are rigged. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. If you try to vote and your vote's not being heard, then what do? Really, all you have left at that point is violence. So, sounds good when people are like, oh yeah, you need to go out there and riot and fight for your country. But realistically, most people probably have families. And if the U.S. is like, hey, come over here, you can come over here, live the American dream, of course they're going to flee, you know? Nobody actually wants to fight and die for a government that they don't even believe in. You got to think, like, these people that are dealing with election fraud probably don't have a whole lot of faith in their country. It's kind of like how we went over to Afghanistan, and as we were trying to train the like Afghan people over there to defend their country, most of them won't do that because they don't have a sense of patriotism in their own country. It's not worth it to them. There's no like nationality there. They don't have American flag US like we do, you know, USA. No, they're smaller groups over in Afghanistan. They're from certain regions that maybe they relate to more, but they don't have that national pride. If you run against Putin, get window cancer. What? I don't get that. Well, they always say that you can only vote your way into communism. You can never vote your way out. Exactly. And I think a lot of them are looking at their country like, well, this place is fucked already, so I'm gonna bail. You know, if America is gonna go give me free housing, free healthcare, you know, free paycheck until I find work or whatever, it's a good deal for them. You know, it's a good deal. Why would they not come? Why, honestly, if you were in their situation, you would probably do the same thing. I just got another sub over on YouTube. I'm at 870 now, so thank you guys for that.
And I think you deserve to live in a country where people like you and your children can afford to live the American dream in the cities and towns that all of us love. You deserve to live in a country where you can buy a home, put gas in your car, provide health care and education to your family, and put a nice meal on the table. A country where kids can walk safe streets, go to safe schools, and have the freedom to just be kids. A country where if you work hard and play by the rules, you can live a good life. Now, these aren't Democrat or Republican principles, but they are the principles that President Trump and I are fighting for on this campaign, and we're going to fight for it every single day in the White House. And that's why I want to ask you humbly for your support. President Trump and I want exactly what you want: more jobs, rising wages, a secure border, safe streets, and an affordable country where every child and every family can achieve their dreams. Now, he delivered that during his first 4 years as president. He changed my mind, and he won my vote. And for the skeptics still out there, I hope he has changed your minds too. But I'll tell you, whatever your politics and whatever your preferences...
This guy needs to take some questions. That's what he needs to do. We definitely did not think they were going to just bug out like they did in Afghanistan. Do you mean the Iraqi, or not Iraqi, Afghan forces? Or are you talking about our withdrawal? You get thrown out a window, poison. Oh, I got you. Okay, I see what you're saying.
I make this solemn promise. Whether you support us or not, whether you ultimately endorse us or not, President Trump and I believe in our firefighters, we believe in our first responders, and we will never stop fighting for you. I am rooting for you. I am proud of you. I am thankful for you. God bless you. I want your support. We're going to fight for you whether we get it or not. God bless you guys, and thank you.
We're going to take some questions. That's what we're going to do. Don't you walk off that stage. There's some boos, too. You hear the boos? The forces? Yeah, we couldn't comprehend that they weren't going to fight for their own country because we feel so strongly about patriotism here. But it's just completely different for them. All right, so that was JD Vance. I honestly forgot JD Vance was talking. Yeah, he's going in there. He's background noise for you, you know. I was just hoping he was going to take questions. It's kind of lame that he didn't take questions, but you know, what can you do? So Trump is supposed to speak, and there's a Pentagon
right now.
Press brief. Let me check out the times though. So Pentagon press brief looks like that's in half an hour. I kind of want to hear what she's gonna have to say. Let me check and make sure the White House isn't doing a press brief, because we're almost through the week again, and we have heard nothing from the White House. They have a NCS press briefing with national security advisors, but no White House press briefing. That's so weird. I don't know what they're doing. Like, why are they not giving a press briefing?
Could you tell?
Let me see what time Trump is talking. Oh, he's not talking until like 6 p.m. As Harris is supposed to be touring too, right? Because even when they were talking about the interview that she's doing today, they said it was going to be on a bus. So she should be out there touring. They're like hiding our website. Where is it? There it is. Okay. And the only thing on our website is give me money, of course. Maybe she put it on her YouTube page. Oh yeah, she is doing a rally today in Georgia again. She's going back to Georgia. 5:30 though. Trump set up withdrawal and freed a bunch of Taliban prisoners as he was going out the door. McCaster talked about it. Had anyone tried the butter burgers from Culver's? That makes it look good. The butter burgers? No, I haven't been to a Culver's, honestly. I haven't tried it yet. We were just talking about it this week or walking the dog that maybe we should try it. People said their shakes are pretty good, right? I bought a hat and now I get 50 million emails. You talking about a MAGA hat? Or a Harris hat? Give me a second. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick and then we'll find another one. All right, I'm back. Kamala Camo. I think they're on back order. Kamala Camo. Let's see what that looks like. Kamala Camo. Harris Walls printed camo hat. Oh yeah, okay. I think Tim Walls was actually wearing one of those in one of his events. Yeah, I've seen that. I want to check out this propaganda here. It's a pretty short video. Should be fun. I live in a little red town. Oh yeah, you're gonna piss some people off. That makes it worth it. The $40 right there just to piss people off. I'm with you because I got this thing. I don't know if it's from the military. Nah, it's probably not from the military because I didn't even like it during like high school and college. I don't like being told what to do. So if people are gonna like judge you for that, you just you kind of want to push buttons, you know. Anyway, this is on Kamala Harris's page on YouTube. This is her talking about Trump. It's only a minute long video, but I wanted to see what she actually had to say. Are you red, white, or blue, brother? USA, USA.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025.
She's still pushing that. She's still pushing the Project 25 stuff. They even got his picture on there. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise.
922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice. Giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance. Eliminating the Department of Education. And defunding K-12 schools. Requiring the...
Trump did say that he wanted to do away with the Department of Education. That is something he said. I think this whole thing is BS. He doesn't support Project 25, but there are some things in there that are true. There are some giant Trump signs, flags out here. Oh yeah, small town America? Hell yeah, I'm sure. Even Florida here, we got them. They're everywhere. And I don't see any Harris signs at all. If you probably went to one of those Democratic coffee shops, maybe you'd see something like that. But when you're just driving around, nope. MAGA country. That's what it looks like.
Government to monitor women's pregnancies and severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Donald Trump may try to deny it, but those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
I love the videos where they take everything their opponent says out of context and just try to make him look like a douche. It's so funny. There was the other one. As Trump just had one too. What would I have to search for it though? Harris. It was like Harris debates herself or something like that. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, you guys got to check this out because I thought it was funny. Let me bring it up. 80% of his staff are involved in Project 25. And isn't Project 25 the new Tea Party? So, I mean, Project 25, yeah, there's a lot of people that are tied to him. But I don't like those arguments. It's like, nah, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not, nah, we're going to keep it clean. We're going to keep it clean on this one. Let's not go there. Anyway, this is a video. This is on the Trump side of the aisle, obviously. It's Kamala Harris debating herself.
Everyday prices are too high. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes. That is called Bidenomics. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today. Ground beef is up almost 50%. There's not much left at the end of the month. Bidenomics is working. The price of housing has gone up. It feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. And we are very proud of Bidenomics.
Jeez. She's debating herself in various economic issues. That's pretty much it, though. Yeah, it's just a bunch of Sky News stuff. Anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. Trump is a master troll. I'll give him that. Oh, we're up to 872. We're spiking over there on the YouTube. Thank y'all for subscribing. I appreciate that. Kroger just came out and admitted their price gouging. They admitted it? The company admitted it. Let's see what I got on that. Because that's some honesty right there. Kroger price gouging, that comes up immediately. Let's see what we got. I'm just really surprised that a company would actually come out and say, "Oh yeah, we were cheating y'all." But let's see. Yeah, right here. Kroger executive admits company gouged prices above inflation. I wonder if maybe they're getting a kickback from the Harris campaign or something. A top company leader at Kroger has admitted during an antitrust trial the company gouged prices on select items above inflation levels. So, they were already on trial, so that makes sense why they would do it. While testifying to Federal Trade Commission attorney Tuesday, Kroger senior director for pricing Andy Groff said the grocery giant had raised prices for eggs and milk beyond inflation levels. So yeah, they're trying to make some money. This is not at all surprising. Drew Powers, the founder of Illinois-based Power Financial Group, told Newsweek companies across multiple industries have been posting record profits since COVID, while consumers have faced the highest inflation in recent history. Yeah, of course, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of inflation. It's a little bit of people taking advantage of the consumers. Not people, the companies taking advantage of the consumers. I think we kind of expected that. But yeah, they only admitted it though because they were on trial. But they're not the only ones. They're not the only ones at all. I love how you look shit up. Hell yeah, because I am not the end all be all of politics. I want to look it up and actually see the source. There's things that people bring up that I have no idea, and we got to look it up. We got to know. We got to know the facts. I hear bugs are super cheap to eat. Oh, I hear bugs are super cheap to eat nowadays. You can't catch me eating bugs, bro. I'm not eating bugs. They're not taking my steak. Nope. I'm going to keep eating the steak. I don't care what Kamala says. She's not having my beef. Plus, CEOs know who will get the blame. Exactly. Yeah, it's somewhere in between. It's definitely companies price gouging. It's definitely inflation from bad economic policies. You could even argue that they weren't bad economic policies. They were recovery policies. We got some loser here trying to sell. This is the kind of stuff I was talking about. This is the kind of stuff that I ban. You got some guy here trying to tell me I need to buy likes or whatever. And he gets the old block. That's the only bad thing about Twitch is you get people like that over there. She ain't trying to take your beef. Yeah, realistically, she can't do that. I'm just making jokes more than anything. Americans are not going to give up their beef. It's just, no. That's capitalism at its finest. Exactly. Oh, yeah. Anywho. I'm definitely going to watch the... Stop it. The Pentagon press briefing. They're supposed to come out in 12 minutes, so I'm going to see what the Pentagon has to say, because apparently the White House doesn't want to talk to us anymore. They just want to pretend that everything's cool. Everything's fine. Beef is my favorite. Yeah, me too. I cook a lot of steak. I got a Sam's Club membership, and I definitely stock up on ribeyes and New York strips. Now, I don't know if that's healthy for me, but I eat a lot. I smoke meat a lot. I'm a Traeger. I'm a big fan of doing that. I'm a simple person, man. If I can throw some meat on the Traeger and smoke it for an hour, go out there with a drink, chill with the dog in the yard, that's like heaven for me. Maybe play some catch with him or something. One of these days, when it stops raining, it rains here like every day. I've been trying to mow my grass for like a year now. My girlfriend is picking me up a fajita burrito. Where are you going? So from moving back from Hawaii and now being actually in Conus again, I've been trying to find good Mexican spots. On the lower end, I went to Chipotle a couple times, and they've fallen off massively. Chipotle, man, they used to be good. I went to Hawaii for like 3 or 4 years, came back, tried a Chipotle, and that is just god awful. Hawaii doesn't have any Mexican food. This is the independent place. Those are the best kind. You want to find the mom and pop shop? That's the place you definitely want to go. I'm still trying to find people there. Someone's speaking out there at the Trump rally. I don't know if Trump is supposed to. Oh, it says 3:30. He's supposed to come out there, right? Donald Trump is at 3:30. So he's not gonna be out there for a while. We're gonna watch the Pentagon briefing before that. In another town nearby. Yeah, those are the best spots. The best Mexican food in Florida is made by the Dominican that didn't have to worry about sanitary safety growing up in the country. And that's gross, but it's probably true. It's like some of the nasty Chinese places that you probably go to. They're usually the best, but you look around and like, yeah, this place probably has roaches. I don't eat meat. I feel like it's not worth killing an animal because you like the taste. If it was for survival, that's a different story. That's a take on it, I guess. Now they're saying 3 p.m. for Trump. I don't know. Chinese gutter oil seasons food like no other. Good thing Florida.gov does not. Wait, where'd it go? The chat moved. Does restaurant oil reclamation enjoy the deep fried Chipotle? But we have an old school taco truck in the town, believe it or not, and a sucky Mexican restaurant that was good before they changed hands. Some of those Mexican trucks are pretty good too, though. That's the big thing in Hawaii is all the food trucks. People always go to the food trucks. Classic street tacos. We have nothing good here. I'm in Utah. We have nothing good here. That sucks, man. In Minnesota, they called the food trucks roach coach. Yeah, I was in fuck, where I went to tech school in the military, Biloxi, and they call it the same thing. We call them that in Cali. I used to live in Cali too. Where'd you live at? Oakland? Okay, I lived in Hollywood, which I don't recommend anyone at all. Yeah, Hollywood's super dirty. In the movies, they make it out to be like amazing and clean and opportunity and all this stuff, but they don't pan the camera down to the actual sidewalks to look at the streets to see all the homeless people on the drugs and all the just madness. It's a crazy place. I wouldn't recommend anyone live there. I can't handle big city life anymore. Me either. I don't know what it is, but I like my house. I want to be away from my neighbors, all that kind of stuff. I just want my space. I like to live in a location that I can drive into a city to enjoy all that a city has to offer, but I don't want to live near a city. I would never go back to a city. That's the reason why we didn't go to Tampa. Like I don't want to live in a city. All right, so let's try this one. Well, while we wait for the Pentagon briefing. Not that. Hitting the wrong button. Video. This one. New Tulsi Gabbard video. Let me turn the volume on. So, new Tulsi Gabbard video. She says, my urgent warning about Kamala Harris. I guess she's on Fox News again. She has already endorsed Donald Trump. I have that video on my channel if y'all want to watch it. Like, officially, she's gone full-blown MAGA, I guess.
Are now part of the Trump campaign. Explain why. Why did you go with Trump?
Do it.
David, the choice in this election is very clear, and the differences between President Trump and Vice President Harris couldn't be more stark. Frankly, to put it simply, the choice for the American people is a choice with Donald Trump, a man who values peace, prosperity, and freedom, and he has a record that proves that, and Vice President Kamala Harris, whose record shows an increasingly tyrannical government undermining our freedoms. We are embroiled in multiple wars around the world and closer to the brink of nuclear war than ever before, and increasing economic hardship for Americans throughout these last 3.5 years that she has served as Vice President of the United States. The contrast couldn't be more clear. This is personal for me, this endorsement of President Trump, because
she's not wrong. Things are getting pretty bad out there. The relations are not good, and I think that's why a lot of people are wanting to try something different. People say she's a Russian asset. They say that, but she's not. That's just trying to destroy her credibility. She's not a Russian asset. I don't believe that hype at all.
As a soldier now for over 21 years, I've deployed to multiple war zones in different parts of the world, put my life on the line for the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. So it's important to me and to every one of my brothers and sisters in uniform that we have a commander-in-chief who values every one of our lives, who carries that responsibility as commander-in-chief very seriously, and will therefore exhaust all diplomatic avenues before seeing war truly as a last resort. And the last point that I'll make on this that is another point of contrast is President Trump showed through his last administration, not only did he not start any new wars, he took action to prevent them by courageously meeting with adversaries, allies, partners, dictators. He would meet with whoever he needed to pursue peace.
And then they would say that because he was meeting with these dictators, that he was only meeting with them because he wanted to be a dictator himself. Holy moly, I just spent $19 on a burger meal for lunch, never coming here again. I thought Kamala was fixing price gouging. Is that Culver's? You have to let me know if it's actually good. I need a recommendation if I need to try it or not. I don't think Trump values life. Why would you say he doesn't value life? Everyone who disagrees with Hillary is a Russian asset, according to Hillary. Exactly. Everybody. If it's not my narrative, then it's just propaganda and misinformation.
Harris criticized Donald Trump for doing exactly that, which shows that if she's elected president, she will not do what is necessary in the pursuit of peace And I am certain that she will lead us very quickly into a war to mask the weakness and insecurity that she feels and try to project strength using the lives of my brothers and sisters in uniform to do so.
And it's not like Donald Trump just sat on his hands when we were challenged abroad. I mean, ISIS is a perfect example of that. ISIS was supposedly an intractable problem during the Obama years, and he managed to wrap the things up pretty clearly, wrap it up in Syria and Iraq, where they were doing most of their horrible, horrible work in a matter of months. And he did it with very targeted, and he wasn't afraid to take on the Russians, by the way. He killed about 200 Russian troops, mercenary troops, who were in Syria during the course of that effort.
There we go.
You know, that's an interesting contrast that you point out there between Donald Trump, who recognized the threat of Islamist terrorism.
See, she went to the Islam terrorist because she didn't want to talk about the Russians, you know, because Russian asset, right?
And acted decisively to defeat ISIS. And you contrast that to what we saw during the Obama administration, and quite frankly, even with Kamala Harris, they won't even use the words radical Islamist terrorist, because they're so afraid of being called Islamophobes. And under the Obama administration, they refused to go after al-Qaeda. They refused to go after al-Qaeda in Syria specifically. So you look at the contrast of these presidents, you look at Kamala Harris, who will not use those words and cannot be trusted to keep the American people safe from this continued and very real threat of radical Islamist terrorism, both militarily and ideologically.
Yeah. And, you know, you realize very well, because you were dealing with this in 2020 during your debate with her, how she tries to wiggle out of her past statements and do flip-flops in order, depending on which audience is in front of her. Now she's trying to appeal to a broader, more moderate group of American voters. So she's denying all sorts of things from her past. And one thing that she denied essentially yesterday by not showing up at the memorial to the 13 service people who were killed 3 years ago was her role in not only the withdrawal itself, but the way in which that withdrawal was conducted. She kind of let it out in 2021. I want to play that tape and get your reaction. Roll it.
Afghanistan.
Yes.
Were you the last person in the room?
Yes.
And you feel comfortable?
I do.
You think she's going to try to wiggle out of that because it's on tape?
Of course.
Of course she is.
Of course. It's like every other major position that she has taken that has turned out to be such a disaster for the American people and our well-being and our national security. It is disgusting to me, David. It is maddening that not only has she was basically silent. Okay, she put out a little statement on a piece of paper yesterday, but why wasn't she out there at Arlington Cemetery? Why hasn't she reached out to those Gold Star families of the 13 men and women who were killed in that disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal? That, as she said, she was the last person in the room to speak to Joe Biden when he made that decision, and she's good with it. Why hasn't she called them to check on them, to apologize to them, and grieve alongside them for their loved ones who will never, ever come home? This is yet another example of why Kamala Harris is unfit to serve as our president and commander-in-chief, something I've been warning the American people about going all the way.
He said God kept him from being killed, but doesn't mention those that died. That's not true. Literally every event, he talks about the people that died. He says Corey over and over, and how they have like a fundraiser going on. They donated all this money to the families of the guys that died. So I'm going to say no on that. Didn't care about COVID deaths other than the political effects. I don't know if we can actually say that. I can't sit here and tell you that Trump cares about COVID deaths. I don't know. People died after January 6th. There was only one person that died in January 6th, and it was one of the protesters. Just don't believe he has the ability to feel empathy. Maybe.
Way back to 2019.
Now, you did pin the rose on her for her past statements and contradictions back in 2020. Are you going to help, or are you in the midst of helping former President Trump as he prepares for a debate with her?
Well, President Trump is ready to debate Kamala Harris today. There's no doubt about his preparedness. Any ability for me to offer some additional help will only come from my experience of having been on that debate stage with her, knowing how, as you said, she's going to try to wiggle her way out of her very real record that she's had over these last 3.5 years. And as we saw in her speech at the Democratic convention, we've seen how she says, well, we stand for freedom. I'm going to be a president who champions freedom. Meanwhile, she, even as Mark Zuckerberg just pointed out, she and Joe Biden have used them to do their dirty work in censoring Americans' free speech. She has labeled me a domestic terrorist, put me on a secret domestic terror watch list because of my exercise of free speech and exposing her record. So whether it's freedom, democracy, border security, rule of law, war and peace, what she says, her record is the exact opposite.
Yeah.
And Trump definitely needs to have Tulsi help him with the debates, because she's already smacked down Kamala. She's already been there. She's already won that fight. There are several. Oh, damn, I missed it. Where'd it go? I lost it. Well, and YouTube chat didn't keep up with it, so afterwards. So after, so you're talking about the police that killed themselves after, not the actual events. Defense Department on. Okay, the Democrats made a mistake when they ignored Tulsi. She's mad as hell and spilling all the secrets. Well, yeah, when they put you on a no-fly list, or not, it's not technically a no-fly list, but they're basically just slowing her down and going through TSA, taking hours, you know, and her entire livelihood is traveling around. Of course she's going to be pissed. How could she not be pissed? They're treating her like she's a terrorist when she's actually a veteran. Actually, I think she's still serving. I don't think she stepped down yet. She's a lieutenant colonel. She served in a medical unit. She's seen some things for her country.
Now, we talked about your record not only with Congressman Walsh, who's an old friend of yours from your days in Congress, but also with the gentleman who preceded you. But how did 12 months in Iraq? You were there, incidentally, the same time period that my son was there. He's a Marine. He's in a different outfit, but he was there at the same time. How did that inform your view of our role in a very dangerous world? And might that play a role in the Trump administration if he's elected?
You know, I served in a medical unit there, David, where every single day I was confronted with the very high human cost of war. It was such a life-changing experience for me that made it so that when I came home from that deployment, it motivated me to try to find some way, shape, or form where I could help influence and impact and make those decisions about war and peace, about where our men and women in uniform are being sent into harm's way, because I saw up close and firsthand the war profiteering of the military-industrial complex. I saw politicians who would fly in, take their photo op, and leave, who voted to start that war.
I saw that all the time in the military. These goobers would come in, they'd hand out their card, vote for me, brother, I'm pro-military, I'm going to help you so much. They didn't give a shit about us. I remember specifically, I don't know who the person was, I was very, very young as an airman, but this dude wanted to make sure we got some photos together because I was like on my lunch break or something, I'm in uniform, I just went out to get some food, and he's like, I better get a photo so he can throw that up on his webpage. You know, this dude in uniform. Look at me. I support the troops so much. There's some shady people out there. There really is. There's some disgusting people.
Took so many American lives, and the hypocrisy that they say thank you for your service on Veterans Day, and yet they will not hesitate to use us as cannon fodder, essentially, to advance their own personal, political, or power-hungry goals. So President Trump understands this. Obviously, I have had a different experience, but what I witnessed at Arlington Cemetery yesterday morning as he spent hours David. He spent hours with these Gold Star families. There were 2 survivors of that attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan who are severely disabled for the rest of their lives. He understands the gravity and the seriousness of the Commander-in-Chief's responsibility, and he's eager to take that responsibility back to stop these unnecessary wars of choice, to walk us back from the brink of nuclear war and put us back on that path towards peace, prosperity, and freedom that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have so completely destroyed throughout these last 3.5 years of their time in office.
But it is peace through strength that he believes in, not unlike Ronald Reagan. I'm just wondering, would you play a role? We got to run, but would you play a role specifically in something involved with the military or defense if he is elected?
If given that opportunity, I would be grateful to serve and help him save our country and get us back towards that future for all Americans.
Well, we are.
All right, so there she is, Tulsi Gabbard. Trump's probably going to give her some kind of position if he hasn't already. Oh shit, they started. We gotta go back. Go back. Where are we at?
Welcome back.
There she goes. Okay. All right, Pentagon press briefing. Hopefully we can actually get some information from the Pentagon, saying how the White House has not given a brief for what seems like over a week by now, maybe 2 weeks. Trump used Arlington Cemetery to make a TikTok video yesterday. I didn't see that, but I'll look it up.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a few things at the top, and then happy to take your questions. First, Secretary Austin welcomed Polish Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Defense Kosiniak-Kamysz to the Pentagon today. The 2 leaders discussed the ongoing war in Ukraine and how Putin's war of choice continues to threaten our shared security. The Secretary commended Poland for its exceptional leadership on Ukraine, including providing vital logistics support and substantial security assistance. The Secretary also thanked the Deputy Prime Minister for supporting the nearly 10,000 American troops deployed in Poland that ensure NATO can deter and, if necessary, defend against aggression. Secretary Austin also spoke by phone with his Romanian counterpart, Minister of National Defense Tolver, earlier today. They discussed the strength of the U.S.-Romania bilateral defense relationship, our partnership within NATO, and Russia's war in Ukraine. The 2 leaders reaffirmed their unwavering commitment to bolstering the defense of NATO's eastern flank and reiterated their continued support for Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression. A full readout of both the Secretary's bilat and phone call will be posted later today on defense.gov. Speaking of Ukraine,
So I saw a little bit about this. This is what Paul is talking about. It says Donald Trump Arlington Cemetery TikTok ripped by ex-staffer, disgraceful. So yeah, he did take a TikTok video here. There was a confrontation between some Trump staffers and this guy who was basically saying that you cannot film in the Arlington Cemetery. But I also saw another article earlier where this guy said he's not going to press charges and they're pretty much just going to let it go. So you can kind of leave it for what it is. Was Trump not supposed to film there? Yeah, he's definitely not supposed to film there. So you can kind of think like disgraceful, you can kind of draw your own opinion on what you think about it.
tomorrow, Secretary Austin will host Ukrainian Minister of Defense Umerov here at the Pentagon. While I won't get ahead of that meeting, I will say that you can expect the Secretary to reaffirm the United States' unwavering support for Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. He will also receive a battlefield update, including on Kursk. And looking to next week, Secretary Austin will travel to Ramstein to host an in-person meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. This will be the 24th meeting of the UDCG since Secretary Austin formed the group in April 2022. The Secretary will be joined by Chairman Brown and Ramstein and will convene ministers of defense and senior military officials from nearly 50 nations to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine and the continued close coordination by the international community to provide Ukraine with the necessary means it needs to defend itself. Switching gears to the Middle East.
There we go.
Earlier this week, the Cape Trinity arrived from Cyprus to the port of Ashdod and has begun the process of unloading the remaining pallets of humanitarian aid. And that's approximately 6 million pounds of aid to be distributed within Gaza. The offloading process is expected to take between 4 to 6 days. Once complete, the Cape Trinity is slated to make a stop in Greece to unload a portion of its crew and then will depart for its home station. Switching gears again, the Department of Defense recently received a request for assistance from the Department of Homeland Security for additional military support capabilities to be afforded to major presidential and vice presidential candidates. The Secretary of Defense approved the request and directed the commander of U.S. Northern Command to plan and provide and execute increased support to the United States Secret Service at various locations across the United States during the 2024 election campaigns. The Department of Defense will provide protective support and that will continue through the election on November 5th, 2024, with anticipated continued support to the President-elect and Vice President-elect through the inauguration of January 2025. And finally, yesterday, the 2024 Paralympic Games officially kicked off with opening ceremonies in Paris. This year, the department is proud to be cheering on 3 U.S. service member athletes who will be competing in these Paralympic Games. U.S. Army Sergeant First Class John Ross and U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Kevin Wynn will compete in the 50-meter mixed rifle event. And U.S. Army Sergeant First Class Elizabeth Marks will compete in 7 different swimming events. On behalf of the department, we're rooting for you. Go Team USA. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions.
All right, here is the good part. That's what I'm here for. Here to hear some questions. Paul says Trump is just a dick. Chad says NATO hasn't deterred anything. And Never Forget says good grief. Let's see what they have to say.
All right, I've got 3 topics for you, but first on the extra support to Secret Service.
Sure.
What does that mean in practical terms? Are we going to see National Guardsmen patrolling sites? What's been asked for?
Jeez.
For more specifics on that, Tara, I would direct you to the National Guard and Secret Service. I don't have that level of specificity. So I think Secret Service could better speak to their request on that. So I direct you there.
But under what authorities are they operating?
I direct you to Secret Service on that.
Okay. Secondly, to get back to
The lady was mad.
the 3rd anniversary of Abbey Gate and the Trump campaign's appearance at Arlington National Cemetery. U.S. federal law says that Army national cemeteries will not be used in partisan or political activities. Did the Trump campaign break the law by filming an ad there?
So this is actually what you were talking about earlier, Paul.
Look, for anything regarding any campaign ads, I would direct you to the campaign to speak to that, to the Trump campaign. Yeah. What I can tell you is that, and I think the Army recently put out a statement earlier today that kind of went through what exactly happened in the incident. You can go on Arlington National Cemetery's website. It's very clear, the rules.
I might, well, I don't want to see the rules. I want to see their comment about it.
And regulations. What I'll say about the mission of those that work at Arlington National Cemetery, these are people who are dedicated to honoring our fallen heroes. And they maintain that hallowed ground. They work with the families in honoring those who have had their loved one lost. I'm just not going to go beyond what the Army has said, other than that, there was a report that was filed, but subsequently that person decided not to press charges. And so we're just going to we stand by the Army statement that this matter is closed.
Why would the Army close the matter? If the person has decided not to press charges, the Army could still pursue it without that person pressing charges. But secondly, the fact of filming an ad on a national cemetery, if the Army doesn't further pursue this with either civil penalties or whatever can be done, what's to stop the next person from filming a political ad there?
Well, what I would say is the rules are very, very clear. They're also online and available on the Arlington National Cemetery website. that is really a decision that the Army has to make. That's not one that the department is making. That's for the Army to make. The Army considers this matter closed. The department stands behind the Army on that. Jen.
So, Sabrina, I'm trying to understand, in your understanding, what happened at the cemetery.
Yeah. And also, I'm sorry, you had also, just to go back to your earlier question on under the authorities, I direct you to the National Guard on that because it's going to vary on location. So I'm sorry, I should have been a little bit more specific. I would just refer you to the National Guard under what authorities those guardsmen are going to operate.
So I actually do have the statement from the Army. Chad says, I thought it was just assumed that Trump breaks the laws all the time these days. Yeah, usually. So let me pull it up. So here's a statement from the Army. It says, the U.S. Army said an employee at Arlington National Cemetery who tried to ensure adherence to rules that prohibits political activities at the cemetery was abruptly pushed aside, but that the employee decided not to press charges against Trump or Trump's campaign staffers who allegedly pushed her. The statement Thursday comes in response to NPR's reporting on former President Donald Trump visiting to Arlington and an altercation his staff had with a cemetery employee. So where's the actual statement? Participants in the August 26th ceremony and the subsequent Section 60 visit were made aware of federal laws, Army regulations, and DoD policies which clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds, the statement said. An ANC employee who attempted to assure adherence to these rules was abruptly pushed aside. Consistent with the decorum expected at ANC, this employee acted with professionalism and avoided further disruption. The incident was reported to the JBMHH police department, but the employee subsequently decided not to press charges. Therefore, the Army considered the matter closed. So what the reporter here is trying to press back and say is, well, yeah, the individual doesn't want to actually press charges on the campaign staffer who pushed this person aside, but maybe the Army should be looking out for these people and they should bring up charges of their own. Now, typically, the Army is probably not going to do that if they can they don't want all the controversy for the Army, right? They don't want to deal with it. If they can kind of die down all the controversy, not deal with it, that's what the Army typically is going to do. They don't want the heat. They're not going to do anything.
In terms of your question on what exactly happened, speak more to the actual incident itself. My understanding is that the families had invited, a few guests to attend a ceremony earlier this week, and there was some type of incident that happened between and a member that was traveling with another group's party. For more details on that, I'd refer you to the Army to speak to that.
Incident is a very sanitized word. What actually happened?
From my understanding,
was it verbal assault? Who did what?
From my understanding and from what the Army said is that an ANC employee who attempted to ensure adherence to the rules of the ANC was pushed aside. The employee acted with professionalism and decorum, but there was a bit of an incident that did happen.
So there are two different issues here. There's a potential assault charges that the person has decided not to bring, but there's also federal law that was broken, as Tara mentioned. Filming a campaign ad or using campaign propaganda with the backdrop of these of the cemetery. Can't the department refer that to the Justice Department for pursuit?
That's really, yes,
They're
that
not
can
gonna do
happen,
that.
but that is a decision that the Army would have to make, and that's not my understanding is that the Army is considering this matter closed. But in terms of, just to get to your broader question on political ads, that's not something that the department has a say over. That's something that gets adjudicated at the FEC level and between campaigns. So that, for anything that's used in an ad, I would refer you to the campaigns to speak to that.
But it is a federal law not to use what is essentially a base that is controlled by this department. And the defense secretary could overrule the Army. Why is he deciding not to overrule or get involved in this?
Look, what we want to focus on is the fact that the people that work at the Arlington National Cemetery every single day do so with dignity, work to preserve the memories of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, and ultimately work with the families who visit Arlington National Cemetery. And, there are nearly, I think it's like 3,000 public ceremonies that are conducted at Arlington National Cemetery every single year without incident. The rules and regulations are very, very clear. What happened earlier this week is very unfortunate. It's really the decision for the Army to make on to pursue any other path forward. The department right now is not doing that. And the Army, we stand behind the Army in considering this matter closed.
He has no respect for anybody. You're talking about Trump. Trump said she had mental issues. And yeah, so I just want to be very clear that it wasn't Trump that pushed this Arlington Cemetery member aside. It was somebody on his staff. So Trump probably wasn't even there when they were setting this stuff up. He wasn't really involved in the conflict. Just to make that clear, it wasn't him assaulting anybody. As a military member, I can honor and tradition, but is this any worse than the staffer who made an adult video in the Senate hearing room? I mean, yeah, I see your point there. As far as I know, Trump wasn't filming anything disrespectful. Did he break the law? Yeah, it sounds like his campaign broke the law, and it's something he shouldn't do, for sure. The reporter is really pushing this matter. Yeah, she really wants to stir up some controversy. The Army just wants to drop it. They don't want any heat. They're trying just to get over this.
Okay.
Sorry, but on the National Guard Association appearance by former President Trump, there were National Guardsmen in uniform who stood up and cheered what was a political speech at the event, a campaign-style speech. Is that against the rules?
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. So I can tell you, definitely my time in uniform, they tell you that you obviously can't go to any campaign rallies in uniform. You can't have any, you can't give any statements in reference to the military. So they assume, obviously, if you're in uniform, you're endorsing something, whatever the cause is, and that's going to be a reflection of the Air Force, or in my case, the Air Force. But what the Army here would be endorsing whatever you're cheering for. This lady's just kind of, she's trying to find any little thing to bring heat to the Trump campaign. You probably had some young Army guy, he supports Trump and he cheered. Get over it. If I could see, like, if he was actually out there, like at a Trump rally, MAGA town somewhere, and he's in the crowd, he just happened to show up in his uniform, yeah, grill his ass then. But he's performing duties in the cemetery. If he wants to cheer for Trump, fuck off. Come on. Army is trying to lay low in case Trump becomes commander-in-chief. Exactly. They don't want to deal with this. The photo they took? What photo? Yeah, they're photos of Trump, in the cemetery. Who cares? Like, her trying to actually grill the young Army dude, that dude could lose his career for her dumbass. Like, just leave him alone.
I believe that was I don't know enough about that event, honestly, so I just don't want to speak to it from here. I'm happy to look into that and come back to you. I think so, yeah.
I think that it is against the rules.
Warren.
Then why'd you ask?
Ukraine lost an F-16. Has Ukraine communicated that to the U.S.? Does the U.S. have any sense of whether it was down by Russian fire or by something else? And has Ukraine asked the U.S. for any assistance in the investigation?
I've seen the reports. I'm not aware of any assistance or request for assistance from the Ukrainian side to us about this particular incident. But I'd refer you to the Ukrainians more to speak to any specifics on this pilot. Yes.
Thank you, Sister Sabrina. A little bit of background to the question is, American troops are being attacked in Syria, Iraq, and from Yemen. Terrorists in those countries are also attacking Israel. So whose responsibility is it to stop the attacks and the attackers? And I have a follow-up.
Well, that's a pretty broad question. But as you know, since October 7th, we have been postured to defend Israel. I'm not going to go through the all the things that we have done in terms of moving our forces to the region to de-escalate tensions. What I can tell you is that our forces, as you probably are aware, we have 2 carrier strike groups in the Central Command AOR. We also have assets in the Eastern Mediterranean. They're there to protect our forces. They're also there to help defend Israel should we need to defend Israel. And of course, we will always take care of our troops, whether they be in Iraq and Syria. And we've maintained the force protection to do that. And you had a follow-up?
Yeah, the follow-up is, since terrorist groups within Syria, Iraq, and Yemen are proxies of Iran, then why isn't the Pentagon stopping the source, which is Iran?
So I will tell you that we always reserve the right to respond at a time and place of our choosing. When we have been attacked, whether it be in Iraq or Syria, we have responded. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I will go to the phones and then happy to come back in the rooms. Idris, Reuters.
Hey, Sabrina, just, quite well, getting a statement through the different layers can be quite tricky, given that this was quite an extraordinary statement and quite rare for the Army to come.
So they lose a multi-million-dollar plane, and that reporter is still mad about a picture in the cemetery. Priorities. I'm mad. I can understand her being mad about the political stuff going on in the cemetery, but the way she tried to throw the private under the bus, you know the trouble that poor kid could get into for that? Fuck her. Like, really? I'm heated about that.
Come out and say what it did say. Did they go through OSD? Did they go through the White House before putting the statement out? Or were you not aware of it? And was the secretary not aware of it before it was put out?
You want us to go through an approval process checklist of internal deliberations, Idris? I'm just not going to do that, but we are aware of the statement that the Army issued, and we support what the Army said. All right, next question, JJ Green, WTOP.
Thanks, Sabrina, for this. To the question about the F-16 that crashed in Ukraine, killing the pilot. Can you say how many F-16 U.S.-made F-16s are in Ukraine or are on their way or will be sent there? And what, if anything, can you say about that incident more than what you said to Oren?
Jay, unfortunately, this will not be very satisfactory to you, but I'm just not going to get into numbers of how many F-16s are in Ukraine. That's something for them to speak to. That opens up a lot of operational.
The pic was just odd for it being a memorial, and it looked like he was at a celebration. For me, it speaks to his character and agree about the kid. And so let me just tell you something about the military. I agree with you. He shouldn't have been doing it, but that's where the crusty sergeant comes in. Let the sergeant handle it. Don't bring all of this media attention to it, because then they're going to actually penalize him for being dumb. The kid, yes, he did something dumb, but he's probably just a young, dumb private that needs the crusty sergeant to come there and mentor him and tell him that what he's doing is stupid. You're not allowed to do that in uniform. It's probably some kid 18 years old, and they're going to bring him up here on national news and call him out. Like, come on. Keep it to the campaign. Don't criticize the guy who signed up to give his life for the military, right?
Security issues as well. So I'm just not going to be able to speak to that. In terms of the incident and the pilot that, has been referenced and that Oren had asked about earlier, I'm just not going to be able to provide more. That's really something for Ukraine to speak to. We have been, as you know, training pilots here in the United States. I will say that, broadly speaking, combat aviation is
Totally agree. Yeah, let the sergeant smoke his ass, do all the push-ups. He learns his lesson. He's a young dude, did something stupid. Let's move on. Don't bring it up here to, I don't know, stir up controversy to sell for the media. Like, it's a kid. Fuck off.
Incredibly complex. And we've been very proud to train some of the pilots here in the United States, and not just here, but our partners and allies through the UDCG are also training Ukrainian pilots on F-16s. And, every day that they fly those aircraft. These are brave men and women going up there to defend their skies and to defend their country. And so we're very proud to have been part of training some of those here in the United States. But I just don't have more to add on that particular incident.
He'll definitely get a talking to, but things like this brought up on the news, that makes an issue like that go from, oh, he's going to get smoked, to, oh, now we're getting Article 15s and we're ending your career. When really it's something that, again, they should let the sergeant handle it and not elevate it to an officer level where he's actually getting punished. If you want war, vote for Harris. All right.
I'll take one more from the phone and then happy to come into the room.
It's getting cold in here.
Sorry. I think Eric Schmidt,
down.
New York Times.
Come on, phone. Ask your question.
Charlie.
Thank you, Sabrina.
There we go.
Going back to the F-16.
Sure.
American trained pilot, American equipped F-16s, including, I think, a new electronics warfare package, American advised, which is still going on. Are you telling we're not tracking? We don't have the reason for what happened when it has consequence for the United States?
I'm just telling you that I cannot confirm the incident. I'd refer you to the Ukrainians to speak to their own operations.
But we, as the United States, are tracking the F-16s that we've
Appreciate the question, but I'm just not going to get into any more specifics about the incident.
Changing gears, you
Sure.
would say. It seems the Houthis have been acting up again. Do we have a force presence in the Red Sea?
Through Operation Prosperity Guardian, between the U.S. and our allies and partners, we always maintain a presence within the Red Sea. I can't speak to specific ships that are there right now, but we do have, through partners and allies, a presence there. Janie.
Thank you, Sabrina. Two questions. It is reported that North Korea registered 13 submarines with the International Maritime Organization. This can be seen as an intention to wage war overseas. What do you think of the background to this?
I'm not aware of that report, Janie, so I just don't have anything to offer on that one.
Can I
Yeah, sure. You have a follow-up? Yeah.
North Korean Kim Jong-un declared support for Putin's war in Ukraine. And could this be seen having international military training in mind, such as with North Korea, Russia, or China?
That's really for North Korea to speak to. It's not a
War between who, just in general? He's probably talking about Iran, Russia, China for sure. The people demanding harsh punishment are probably the same ones that are, I could have enlisted because of I couldn't have enlisted. Sorry, I don't know. I couldn't have enlisted because if a drill instructor got in my face, I'd knock them out type of people. Exactly. It's definitely those type of people. Why she was so adamant about wanting punishment for the private, I have no idea. Why she even brought that up, it's stupid. I don't know what she's even getting at. I do want to throw this up here just in case people are lost on what's going on with the plane. CNN is reporting that a top Ukrainian pilot was killed when U.S. made F-16 fighter jet crashed. So it says a top Ukrainian pilot was killed when a U.S. made F-16 fighter jet crashed on Monday, just weeks after a long-awaited plane arrived in the country. A Ukrainian military source told CNN. So apparently they were in some kind of aerial attack where they were shot down. That's kind of what they're referencing here. They already buried the pilot, so that's pretty much what she's getting at here.
Surprised that North Korea has pledged support to Russia. We've spoken about that pretty publicly. We've spoken about the fact that DPRK continues to provide capabilities to Russia that they're using on the battlefield in Ukraine. We can only really speak to what we're doing. And you know what we're doing, Janie, is through the UDCG. The Secretary convenes 50 countries and partners around the world to support Ukraine and its battle on what it needs on the battlefield. There's going to be another meeting next week. That's another opportunity for allies and partners to come together to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs on the battlefield. But I'm just not going to speak for the DPRK.
You can't kill the ghost of Kiev. Yeah, right. I did some stupid shit when I was younger, still do occasionally. Exactly. He did some stupid shit. He shouldn't have did it. It's against the rules. let him move on. Let him learn from it. Don't end his career and not let him learn a lesson. Fake news that Russia shot the plane down, or fake news that, I don't know, they were drunk and they fell out of the sky. What are you talking about?
Thank you very much, Sabrina. There has been domestic criticism that U.S. is spending too much as compared to its allies to protect the interest of allies. Even Donald Trump said that it will insist NATO members to spend at least 3% of their GDP on defense. Do you think so? That is this because of the leading role of the U.S. that Ukraine is able to do such advances and able to resist such attack till now?
You're talking about countries increasing their defense spending?
Yes, Trump said that I will insist NATO members to increase from 2% to 3%. Even NATO members are not spending 2% of their GDP on defense, and U.S. is like spending major.
We actually have seen an increase of NATO members spending more when it comes to committing to meeting defense requirements. That's actually something that this administration has been leading on and urging allies, a part of the NATO alliance, to do just that. You've seen commitments come out of Vilnius. Last year, you saw the NATO summit here in Washington, D.C., where multiple NATO countries announced further commitments to supporting Ukraine. So, again, we're on the right track here. Countries are continuing to deepen their cooperation and knitting together their resources to support Ukraine. It's been incredible to watch, and that's something that you really did see come together at the Washington summit here over the summer.
Just to follow up, Turkey is also a NATO ally of the U.S. So Turkey has some kind of reservation, especially about the situation in Syria, some concerns in Syria. So is this administration able to address the concerns of Turkey?
We have a great partner in Turkey. I can't speak to their criticisms or concerns other than to tell you that we work with Turkey on a regular basis, including with what is happening in the Middle East. I'm just going to leave it at that. Joseph.
Thanks. The Secretary has routine conversations with his Israeli counterpart. Was he or anybody at the department notified ahead of the operations in the West Bank over the last 24 hours?
To my knowledge, we were not notified about operations in the West Bank. We are aware that, Israel or the IDF is conducting some type of operations there. We're trying to get a better understanding of what they're doing, but to my knowledge, we were not notified beforehand.
And then yesterday there was a meeting between Arab military attachés and counterparts here at the Pentagon. Can you say anything more? Was that just a routine meeting? Was it? Obviously, with the context, everything, and the backdrop of everything going on in the region, it seems to have come at a.
Could be fake news, but the person that's here to tell us direct questions to other countries and how can they kill a ghost of Kiev? He's already dead. Wasn't the whole ghost of Kiev just propaganda that they used to have more support for funneling money into Ukraine, that if we offered them a little bit of aid, they could actually supposedly win a war with Russia, and they used that to kind of say, oh yeah, Ukraine is kicking so much ass and Russia's military is so weak?
I don't know, an interesting time.
Yeah, my understanding is this was a working level meeting that happens routinely. I wouldn't read too much into the timing. It's just something that does happen.
General Ryder said that the ship that was attacked by the Houthis recently.
The So Union?
Yes, the So Union appeared to be leaking. The EU said yesterday, and then today they came out and said it's not leaking. So can you tell us anything about why the Pentagon assesses it to be leaking and the EU not?
So there is, so what I will tell you is the tanker is carrying 1 million barrels of crude oil. Those barrels remain intact right now. The vessel itself is leaking some oil from where it was hit. There is still a fire going on, or multiple fires still burning on the ship itself. Those fires have not been able to have been put out by anyone because the Houthis are threatening to attack, any type of, salvage recovery mission right now. So those fires have the potential to spread, which has the potential to get to those oil barrels, which will then obviously leak potentially 1 million barrels of crude oil into the Red Sea, destroying major ecological systems, and creating an environmental. I think catastrophe is the only word to use.
Yeah.
Yes.
How are people shocked when? Wait, I missed one. That's exactly what they want you to think, but he's real. He's better than Maverick. Exactly. But now he's dead. Apparently today he died. How are people shocked when Russia teams up with North Korea? It seems par the course for any war. There's always going to be sides. I don't know. Makes no sense. And then they're going to say that these people are also teamed up with China, which we see a big link between Russia and China now. And obviously North Korea is going to be alongside of that. And then they come out and they have shocked Pikachu face, like these people weren't going to try and form a collaboration to defend themselves. 300,000 dead Ukrainians later. Yeah, so I mean, at least they're still going now. They're actually pushing into Russian territory, last I heard.
Thank you for the opportunity. Our State Department designated terrorist group Baloch Liberation Army attacked Pakistan's southwestern province on August 26th, killed almost 70 people, including security personnel. So this group is like, it has strong ties with Al-Qaeda, Daesh, and TTP, the band, another outfit that has strong ties with the Afghan Taliban. So it seems like the fault line that the US left in Kabul in a chaotic or dramatic withdrawal that are active now. So the question is, US claimed many times it built the Pakistani forces capacity to counter these groups. So at this moment, do you have anything for Pakistan, any comments for Pakistan in this specific event?
We strongly condemn any terrorist attack like that. And of course, our thoughts are with those who lost their lives during that attack. But I don't have anything beyond that. I'm not aware of any U.S. involvement or assistance to Pakistan at this time. But if that changes, I can certainly let you know. Yeah.
Secondly, just one more. Chinese armed forces commander visited Pakistan and he awarded.
A news article from Business Insider now states the Arlington employee refused to press charges per possible retribution from Trump. So I saw that he was definitely not pressing charges, but I didn't see retribution from Trump. That's an interesting spin they're trying to play on this.
With a higher military award. So both sides discuss military engagement, specifically the defense productions. As I asked before from the last briefing, that both countries have shared technologies and they're also thinking to expand it. Like I asked regarding the JF-17 Thunder technology shared to Iraq. So the question is, this administration left many loopholes with its Arab allies. We have seen with the Saudi Arabia, you left space over there. China gained there. They got normalization with the Iran and Saudi Arabia. Now Pakistan is going closer with China. Anything on this? Any reservation or any public reservation or private reservations you have?
I'm not aware of that meeting, so I can't comment on it. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Rina, with regard to this Iranian attack in the region that we've been expecting for more than a month now, and that hasn't happened, first of all, would you deem that as a success of the United States, both in terms of diplomacy and military posture in the region, that might have deterred it so far? And are you still expecting it is the threat as real as it was a couple of weeks ago? Are you still alert?
So a few things, as we've said, I don't have the prediction calendar, crystal ball to predict and to forecast an attack.
So this is hold on.
What I can.
There you go. This is what Chad's talking about. It says Arlington employee feared retaliation from Trump supporters if she reported being shoved during cemetery incident. Do they have a quote from her or what? An unnamed Arlington National Cemetery employee has declined to press charges after altercation with former President Trump's team over fear of potential retribution from Trump supporters. So she's still remaining unnamed, so that makes me question, like, how legitimate is this actually? You know what I mean? Because if she's being anonymous, anybody could say that. Any one of these journalists could kind of stir up controversy like they're trying to do now to make Trump look bad. I mean, obviously his team looks bad in this incident no matter what they do, but fear of retaliation, like if they're actually claiming that without her statement, like that's kind of I don't know. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Arlington officials claim Trump's team broke the law, which sure, yeah, he did. broke the law. It was definitely not classy. You shouldn't push people. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Can tell you is I think we certainly got into the headspace of Iran and how they're making their calculations. You have two carrier strike groups in the region. We have said both very publicly and privately that we are there to protect our forces and will, of course, always, stand in the defense of Israel should we need to. Whether that's impacted Iran's calculation, I think it has affected their decision making. Will there be an attack? I can't predict the future. I can't answer that. We remain postured, though, to protect our forces. And of course, if we need to, come to the defense of Israel.
I can one more.
I didn't see the supporters. Thank you for correcting me on that. Don't want to give out bad info. And the thing is, with an article like that, it could be true, but we don't know. It's more likely to be true if they actually had a quote from the person and the person wasn't being anonymous. So it could be true, but we don't know, If they're fearing retaliation, then yeah, of course, maybe they want to seem anonymous. But no, that doesn't even make sense either because the Trump team's going to know that she said that, If she was really fearing retribution, would she go to the media because of that? That doesn't make sense to me at all, right? Right? And if she was going to go to the media after saying that she feared retribution, why wouldn't she just sue them already? That's just my take on it.
Earlier this week, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff said that since we've seen the Hezbollah attack, now we can say that there's less of a chance of a regional war. Do you share that assessment that Iran could also conduct an attack on a similar level, not something that's going to spark a regional war? Do you think their hands are tied a little bit because of the US military posture? Do you feel like that attack is going to be limited?
Again, I can't predict what an attack would look like. What I can tell you is I don't think anyone wants to see a regional war. We certainly don't, and that's why we've made the decisions, or the Secretary has made the decisions to move different carrier strike groups throughout the region since October 7th, to rotate different and to bolster our force posture and our force presence in the region. We announced like a month ago, we have another squadron of F-22s in the region. So, we're going to continue to take the steps that we need to send a message of deterrence, because that's ultimately what we're sending. And all the capabilities that we're sending, they are there to be defensive in nature. Beyond that, I can't predict what other actors will do other than to say that we, the United States, do not want to see a broader regional war. And we've said that from the very beginning. Yes.
Thank you. My question is about China. Okay. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing yesterday, and they agreed to have a telephone call over theater commanders in the near future. Yep. So can you give us a little bit more about the schedule of this phone call, and is Secretary himself planning to have a phone call with his counterparts in the near future?
So I don't have any calls to announce or preview today, but we certainly welcome any time that there are high-level mill-to-mill calls between the PRC and the United States. You saw the National Security Advisor say just that in some of his readouts from his meetings. But when we have more calls to announce, we will, but I just don't have more at this time.
Israel has been airstriking countries for weeks and it's saying that a war is coming and will defend itself, and already the U.S. Navy is around the Middle East. Yeah, they have been striking people. I know they were evacuating a lot of hospitals of the places that they were striking, trying to move people away from where they thought they were going to strike.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Jahan Zebali from Airway News, Pakistan. There were a series of terrorist attacks in Pakistan, and you just spoke about it. How the U.S. can help Pakistan rooting out terrorism from that region?
Look, we always remain willing to work with any nation that wants to root out a terrorist organization. We have good, cooperation with the Pakistani government. But in terms of these attacks, I don't have anything for you other than that. We of course condemn them. And should anything change in our cooperation with the Pakistani government, I'm happy to keep you updated on that, but I just don't have more to provide at this time.
Defense Minister was here and had meetings in this building, and few months ago he made a public statement that today's India goes to the safe havens of individuals who challenge India's territorial integrity and kill them. And after that statement, we have seen a killing of Sikh activists in Canada, and there is an assassination attempt on a U.S. citizen, another Sikh activist in New York, Gurpal Singh Pandhu. So is there any discussion on that matter? Because India said they are still investigating that matter. There is one person arrested by the U.S. authorities, Nikhil Gupta. So any discussion on that?
I don't have anything for you on that specifically. There was a readout that we put out after the meeting. I'm just not going to get beyond that. Yes.
Thank you, Sabrina. Regarding to the West Bank operation for the IDF, the United Nations Secretary Guterres described this military operation as like a dangerous development, and he asked to stop this, and he said that's already explosive the situation. So do you share with him his concerns, and especially when we see all the readout from the Secretary Austin when he called his Israeli counterpart, he'd always ask to de-escalate and don't take any steps that maybe make the escalation higher. So what do you say about that thing?
Well, that's something that I'll reiterate here is that we certainly don't want to see an escalation. We want to see tensions to de-escalate in the region. We are aware that the IDF is conducting operations in the West Bank, but again, we don't have an understanding of what that exactly is. We're trying to learn more about their operation. The United States supports Israel's right to defend itself against threats to its security, but as always, and as we will continue to say, it has to do so in a way that limits civilian casualties and limits damage to civilian infrastructure. And that's something that will always be imparted. And you've seen that message come through in the Secretary's readouts with his counterpart. Yeah, yes.
Thank you. I have a couple on Ukraine. Today, Ukrainian foreign minister said that the Patriot systems announced for Ukraine previously by the partners have not yet been delivered. Could you speak more to that? What causes a delay here?
A specific system by partners?
Those Patriot systems that were announced for Ukraine previously.
There are Patriot systems operating within Ukraine. I would defer to them.
Most recently during the
I don't have anything to read out or announce on the Patriot system. We've committed to providing them to Ukraine. Look, we continue to work with them when it comes to providing security assistance. The Patriot is quite a big system that we are sourcing different materials and component pieces from other countries to help Ukraine. I'd let Ukraine speak to that more specifically, but what I can tell you is they are getting a regular supply and support of security assistance from the United States and other partners that are part of the UDCG. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
What do you think KJP is doing at this very moment? I'm thinking at home watching Judge Judy. Yeah, she's getting her Judge Judy and Price is Right. And to be honest, I'm getting kind of concerned. It's been a long time since we've seen her. Is she okay? Is she still alive?
You had other questions?
Expedite those deliveries given the recent massive attacks from Russia?
I think we've certainly expedited delivery of not just the Patriot, but other systems and capabilities to Ukraine, including reordering some orders by that were designated for other countries. We've prioritized Ukraine. So I'd actually push back on the fact that we haven't prioritized Ukraine as a country that needs it most. Noah.
I want to follow up on the CMC question. Was there any DoD involvement in that meeting, whether through preparation or actually during the call or the meeting itself?
On the CMC meeting?
Yeah, the vice chair.
I mean, that was an NSC-led meeting. That was, the National Security Advisor traveled to meet his counterparts. We, of course, engage at our level, but I'm not aware of any DoD participation.
And I know in the past there's been confusion about who the vice chair's counterpart is in the U.S., whether that's Secretary Austin or whether his counterpart is actually the Minister of National Defense there. Is this a sign that you think the Chinese are seeing the National Security Advisor as a more natural counterpart than the Secretary of Defense?
I think it's a side, Noah, that we are having broader and more frequent communications with the PRC, which is a good thing. We want to see that happen. The fact that the National Security Advisor, and again, I don't want to speak on behalf of the White House, but the fact that he was able to travel, engage with his counterpart, other officials, part of the government, that's a good thing. That opens up communications lines here, allows us to maintain those mill-to-mill ties as well. Just going to leave it at that. Yeah.
Just a quick follow-up back on the F-16.
Sure.
Ukraine has acknowledged the loss of the F-16, and former Rep. Adam Kinzinger has acknowledged that the pilot lost on Monday was one known as by his call sign as Moonfish. He was one of 2 Ukrainian pilots that were actually very vocal here in the U.S.
It's Moonfish, never forget. Moonfish, not Ghost of Kiev. They get a new name for this guy. She's at home rejoicing that Biden hasn't said or done anything dumb since he's in hiding right now. Yep, absolutely.
U.S. pushing for fighter jets, going to training in Arizona. Is there any chance that this F-16 was brought down by friendly fire, by one of the Ukrainian Patriot missiles, for example?
So, again, I can't confirm I've seen the reporting. I just can't confirm it. I don't have that level of fidelity right now. So in terms of if this pilot was killed and it was brought down by friendly fire, that I just can't speak to. That would really be something for the Ukrainians to speak to. The United States has not been asked to participate in any type of investigation to look into this incident. So, our role in this is that we continue to train and equip the Ukrainian pilots that come here for training. But when it comes to this particular incident, and I understand the frustration, but I don't have anything more to offer on it.
But is there a follow-on with the F-16s that have been delivered? Is there any sort of ongoing relationship? Is the U.S. tracking the F-16s? Are you providing ongoing maintenance? Are they,
It's not just the United States. You have to remember that there's an air capability coalition that has been stood up that the U.S. is, of course, a part of. So it's not just the United States providing support. Absolutely, the U.S. military is working with the Ukrainians on what they need, whether it be maintenance or, and that's, telephonic or, remote maintenance support and help. In terms of, tracking the F-16s, I'm not going to get into that level of detail, but we are certainly working with the pilots and the Ukrainian military to make sure that they are able to fly and operate these F-16s in the best way possible, and making sure that they're doing so safely. And, we're providing that support and continuing to train. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Leave it at that.
All right. There she is. Pentagon press briefing. Hold back and see. I think Trump should be talking real soon. Or if he didn't already. Who else gave Ukraine F-16s? Nobody, as far as I know. Actually, yeah, there we go. 330, he's saying. All right, so Trump is supposed to speak at 3:30, which is two minutes past already. So I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and we'll come back, and hopefully he'll be speaking by then. All right. Let me check here. Refresh Trump's page. Yeah, he's supposed to be talking at 3:30. We're looking at 3:35 right now, so he should be hopefully opening up his YouTube feed pretty soon. Let me see what Kamala has too. Yeah, she has a speech at 5:30. And then of course she has that interview tonight too, so definitely want to see that. I don't know, I might try and stream it tomorrow and see if they just shut me down. The Ukraine pilot training program is probably just watching both Top Gun movies. Probably. I'm pretty sure nobody else has given Ukraine any kind of weapons like that. Let's see. Yeah, just first thing I see here, it says Ukraine has long sought advanced Western aircraft, and U.S. President Joe Biden in August gave the green light to transfer F-16s to the country despite concerns about how long it would take Ukraine personnel to train to fly the plane. So yeah, it's just, they're saying it's NATO, but really it's the U.S. Let's be real here. U.S. is giving the planes. No, cut the music. So yeah, they're still waiting on Trump to come out here. Surprised Trump's feed hasn't gone live yet. We got other feeds that are like zooming into people in the crowd. I don't know what they're waiting on. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the feed. Let's see if they're still playing music too. Yeah, they're still playing music, so can't have that. I'm gonna pull up the polls because I know he always comes out here and says that he's leading in the polls, and he's usually not. Thriller, weird song to play at a Trump rally. Yeah, he has some odd music. He's also always late. Think he'll be threatened by Michael Jackson's estate for playing that at his rally. So did you see the update to that? So I know the Foo Fighters, that came out and they said that they were going to endorse all the money that they won from suing the Trump campaign and send all that money to Kamala's team. Well, it turns out the Trump campaign actually did have rights to play that, so they just kind of look stupid. Funny how that works when you don't actually own the rights to your music and you can't keep track of where the license actually are. All right, well, he's going to take forever. I'm going to watch something else. That's kind of how he does it. The guy in the middle with the driver's cap looks shady as hell. I didn't actually catch him. I don't know. They were panning over to the audience. Like, so clearly he's not coming out anytime soon. So I'm gonna watch something else while I wait. New Tulsi Gabbard video just came out 2 minutes ago. She says Kamala Harris isn't ready to debate Donald Trump. So let's see what she's going to say
on
here.
the terror watch list any longer, are you, Tulsi? Another shocking story as well. I hope that's all resolved.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Sean, I wish I could say the same, but it has not been resolved. I've been informed that the targeting package that the TSA created for me when they put me on the secret domestic terror watch list is still operational.
How insane.
That is insane, and we'll stay.
He said the same thing I said. But how crazy is that? She's on a terror watch list. She's literally in our military, probably has a security clearance, I'm assuming. Yes, she's on a terror watch list. Like, they wouldn't pull her from the military. Rogue from X-Men. Yeah, she's like definitely rogue, for sure.
On that case as well. All right, that was a verbal beatdown, and you came in, you were armed with facts, also reports that you are part of Donald Trump's debate prep team. What do you tell him, without giving away private conversations you may have, about debating Kamala Harris? Because she did go in with memorized lines to go after Joe Biden, and they were effective to some level.
Yeah, they were. First of all, as you know, President Trump is not a politician at all. He doesn't do traditional political debate prep. He is prepared to debate Kamala Harris anytime, anywhere. I think the only place where I may possibly be of help is really conveying that experience that I had with her on the debate stage that you just played, sharing the kinds of games she will play in order to try to hide her real record from the American people. It is clear that now that she is the candidate running for president on the Democratic ticket, she is saying one thing while her record and her actions over the last 3.5 years prove the exact opposite to be true. She is lying through her teeth every single day, which is incredibly insulting to the American people and voters, because she thinks that we are so stupid that we are going to just forget what she has done over the last 3.5 years and all of a sudden buy this new lie that she is selling us. And, there are too many examples to cite, but you brought up my being on this secret domestic terror watch list. She says over and over again she's going to be the champion and defender of freedom, and yet she and the Harris-Biden administration continue their mission of political retaliation to censor free speech, to go after people like me for criticizing them and their actions and policy.
She should just talk about her record. That's it. Bring up Tulsi Gabbard, the things that she's done. That's really all she needs to do.
And of course, their foremost target continues to be Donald J. Trump, as we've seen with these new indictments that they've just rolled out. What she says, and this is what I'm encouraging people to pay attention to in this debate and in this campaign, don't listen to what she says, because whenever she opens her mouth, she is selling a lie. Focus on her record, and that's what President Trump will do, expose the truth about who Kamala Harris really is.
And this shows how corrupt the media in the country is, because, you have a wealth of radical statements. If it was Donald Trump making them, they would have played them 1,000 times a day. And they have yet to play Kamala in her own words, which is why I put it up on my website. So it's available for everybody. They can share it on social media with their friends, family, coworkers. So Jason Miller said we had this issue of last-minute changes. Now, Kamala and her team had already agreed to ABC, agreed to the same debate rules that that Joe Biden had with Donald Trump. And then all of a sudden, last minute, no, we want the mics on the whole time. Oh, no, we'd like to have the candidates sitting rather than standing. Can we bring in cheat sheets and notes into the debate? Jason Miller's quoted as saying that. I'm like, is that true? Did that happen? Is that evidence of fear on her part?
She's not going to back out of the debate the 10th, right? This coming month, the 10th, they're supposed to actually have a debate. Kamala's not going to back out of that debate. If she does, it's going to look terrible after all the trash she's talked about how Trump wouldn't agree to debate her, blah, 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 even though they were still trying to like hash out the rules. So really, I think Trump could probably press her and say that he doesn't want to change the rules and everything would be okay, because ultimately, if she doesn't debate, it's going to fall on her. It's going to be her to blame.
Well, you know, the interesting thing here is not even Joe Biden asked to be seated during that debate. Not even Joe Biden asked to bring in notes and cheat sheets with him. You know, to me, it just is another proof point and evidence of how unfit Kamala Harris is to be our president and commander-in-chief, and how she is unable to deliver a message that has not been scripted for her by her pollsters and the people behind the curtains who are not only controlling and making decisions for her and what she says and what she now supposedly stands for, but these are the very same people who have been doing this with Joe Biden as the figurehead over these last 3.5 years, which is a dangerous thing for our democratic republic, because voters need to know that who they vote for is someone that they can hold accountable. How do you hold accountable nameless, faceless people behind the curtains who are the ones actually making these decisions and actually calling the shots?
Yeah. I think it's great that you're a part of it. And, you know, I've gotten to know you a lot over the last year. And I will tell you, you know, it's clear to me you want the best interest of the country. You know, to watch RFK Jr. and yourself get smeared and slandered and besmirched by people that were formerly friends is a little unbelievable.
What's this screaming?
It shows, unfortunately, and this is one of the reasons I left the Democratic Party, that the people in charge of the Democrat Party of today, they only care about power.
Was somebody getting killed in the background or what?
And this includes Kamala Harris, obviously at the forefront now of the Democratic Party. She and her people will choose power, their own power, over the people and over the best interests of our country every single day. And that's really the choice between voters. Donald Trump stands for peace, freedom, and prosperity. Kamala Harris stands for more tyranny, taking away our freedom, and more war, pushing us to the brink of nuclear war.
They had to cut her off with the music. They're like, oh, you're talking too long. On a side note, the last time we see the trio from the Grand Tour will be September 13th. I'm not familiar with what the trio is or the Grand Tour. A new Facebook meme has a picture of Willie Brown saying, I was with her first. Oh. Oh. That's harsh. Let's see if I can find it. Immediately. I saw hold up, I'll bring it up. Actually, I can't get the picture. Hold on. There's a shirt. The chat's kind of blocking it. It says, my first political job was sitting on Willie Brown's staff. Bing, bing. Still no sign of Trump. Still no sign of Trump. You guys want to see some funny stuff here? These are the kind of comments that I get. First one on my video about why I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I'm talking about her website not having any policies on it. She has nothing on there that she actually can explain to us what she's going to do. So this lady says, keep it real. We all know the number one reason, and it's not because of a website. I will spell it out for you. Racism. You. She put you twice. Yes. So if you don't vote for Kamala, you're a racist. That's literally the left democratic way of trying to get people to vote. These are generally the kind of comments I get. So remember, if you don't vote for Kamala, you're a racist. The only reason why someone cannot like Kamala is because they don't like black people. And if they're not going to say it's black people, it's because, oh, she's a woman and you're sexist and you're just a Nazi. Through the entire video, I point out the reasons why I wouldn't vote for Kamala. The whole video, the video is like 8 minutes long. And I say, here's the reasons. And it has a lot to do with her not having her policies and her flip-flopping. I literally spell it out. I literally bring up her website. I show the contradiction of like how I can go to Trump's website and all of his policies are there. Like I show it in the video. Like literally step by step, I go to both websites. I'm like, look here. On Kamala's page, there's 3 banners to get you to donate to her, but it doesn't have her policies. It doesn't even have her events on there anymore. So you don't even get to go like to where she's speaking and, you know, maybe ask her questions, you know, things like that. You can't see her events. You can't see her policies. Just 3 big banners to donate to her. Or you can donate your time and work on our team for free. Spell it all out in the video. I showed Trump's website. I'm like, look, right on the front page of Trump's website, he has bullets on things he wants to do. You can click on this button here. You can get a PDF. It goes into detail on all of the things that he wants to do. But no, because I don't want to vote for Kamala, it must be because I'm a racist. It must be. It must just be because I'm a racist. We all know that card was going to be played if she lost and that you're sexist. Also that you're sexist. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just so tiring. And it doesn't work. When you call somebody a racist because they're not voting for the candidate that you want them to vote for, it makes them want to just not vote for the candidate that you're supporting. Because if you just call somebody a racist when they're explaining to you the reasons why they don't like the candidate, they immediately go, well, obviously I'm not welcome in this party. And obviously these people over there are retarded anyway because they can't argue points. They just got to be like, oh, you're a Nazi. Yeah, white supremacist. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Donate or you're racist. Exactly. Give us all your money or you're racist. And I'll just be a racist then. You know? Screw you guys. Screw you guys. So the black people that are voting for Trump, are they racist too? Is that how that works? It's just tiring. So tiring. Like, you're obviously not intelligent enough to argue issues, so you just have to label. I don't know. I just hate stupid people. It's an old game. It really is. It's old. Nobody cares. You've called people Nazis so much that it doesn't even mean anything anymore. It's, oh, I'm a Nazi, whatever. You tired out the word Nazi. Something that people probably thought would never be able to be accomplished. When you actually think of, real Nazis in history, you think that would still hold a lot of emotional weight, but you've labeled everybody a Nazi. So now nobody cares when you call them a Nazi anymore. Good job. This video here is about a guy that Kamala Harris locked up, and he did like 6 or 7 years in prison, and he was innocent until he eventually got the case appealed and he was let go, and they gave him millions of dollars because they knew he was innocent, even though they locked him up. So you got this dumb person here. There's two sides to a story. Yeah, obviously the side is that he was let go. He was found innocent. Why did he wait until she runs for president to decide to come out with this? As much as people have been saying how she was, why didn't he say something then? I'm sure he probably did say something. He had just spent so much time in prison that he probably needed to get out and adjust. I don't know if you know, but prison is pretty much like being in a war zone. And let's use common sense. People probably didn't care about Kamala until she was vice president. So that's when he started talking about her. He wanted people to actually know the real Kamala. In his life, he's living the truth that he's lived. This lady locked him up. So of course, as she's about to be the president potentially, of course that's when you're going to say that, because you want to warn people. You want to warn people that, hey, this lady actually put me in a cage. I lost nearly a decade of my life. That's why he would come out and say it. He's racist too, says the Democrats. Yeah, this black guy in jail must be racist too, clearly. Common sense is racist, dude, come on. Why did all the grape allegations not come out until Trump was president? Got me. That's weird, right? I don't know. I'm trying not to be like super cynical and pessimistic in this world, but I see this stuff and I'm like, you call me a racist for like labeling out political issues? That's racism now? Is that really racism? Having a political opinion? Calling out your candidate because she doesn't have any policies? That's racist? How? And okay, there has to be people around her though that would hear these things and like take her aside and be like, hey, you're stupid. Actually, you shouldn't say these things. That makes you look dumb. People are reading these things and they think you're retarded. So you need to just quit. Like, where's her loved ones? That's what I question. Where's her family? Where's her friends that are actually like looking out for her? That can educate her on what racism actually is. Because clearly she doesn't know what racism is. She must have lived the best life in America that she doesn't know what racism is. Or sexual assault allegations don't get reported until 10 years later when you're rich. Exactly. People can get a piece of the pie. Thanks for the sub there on Twitch. I appreciate that. We're growing on Twitch. What are we up to now? 27. You need 50 subs, or I guess I call them followers, over on Twitch to enter their program. I'm getting there. I'm getting close. I don't. How do you deal with these people? These people actually get a vote, is the thing. Look at this one. Look at this one here. And pull it up. This guy says, and what are Trump's plans? I literally pull up Trump's plans in the video. I literally go to his webpage. I show the bullet points. I pull up the PDF that actually has the defined things of what he wants to do. And you have idiots like this. What are Trump's plans? You can't be this stupid. You can't. These people get to vote. When I was in high school in the 90s, we didn't have any race issues at all. Everyone picked on each other equally. Yeah. Hate blinds reasons. Trump paraphrases Hitler and says racist shit all the time, but like I said, I believe he is a sociopath. What's that got to do with me, man? You can hate Trump. I could accept that. You leave a I hate Trump in the comments. That's fine. I get it. But when you try to say, when you watch a video that I say, I won't vote for Kamala because she doesn't have her policies on her webpage. Here's Trump's page. Here's Kamala's page. I can show you Kamala actually doesn't have her stuff right here in real time. I can go to Trump's page in real time, show you all of his policies where we can decide if we like what he's going to do or not. And your answer is to call me a racist. That's the issue. That's really the issue. You can throw out the narrative that Trump is a racist, blah 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 blah, whatever. But I'm giving you the reasons of why I wouldn't vote, and your rebuttal is, oh, it's because you're racist. These people shouldn't be able to vote. They just shouldn't. There should be like a cognitive test. Like you have to read a paragraph and actually decide what the paragraph says, so you are, quick-witted enough to actually know what people are talking about instead of making up your own narrative or just labeling hate, like just putting hate out there. I wasn't saying you, just why people think Trump is racist. Yeah, I get it, but those people that are throwing out Trump as a racist comments are usually the same people that are just saying, oh, everybody who would vote for Trump is a white supremacist. And that's stupid. That's just a stupid argument. I haven't watched the video. Yeah, all good. That's fine. But if we're going to have a political discussion and your only comment that you can make is Trump's a racist, Trump's a Nazi, blah, 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 blah. No, you're stupid. That's not a debate. That's not actually talking about issues. You're not talking about anything. You're just parroting what you probably heard. Unless you can actually sit down with me and say, oh, this is Trump's plan and this is how it's going to damage the economy, I don't want to talk to you. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't even, if your plan is to go into a discussion just to say you're racist or whatever, I just don't want to be around you. It's not helpful. It's not a conversation that goes anywhere. You're just calling somebody a racist. It's not something that you can actually discuss. Maybe you guys can come to an opinion together. We can change each other's minds. It's not anything productive. You're not doing anything. All you're doing is throwing hate out into the world, and people go, oh, I don't want to be around this person. You didn't change anybody's opinion. You didn't get any votes for your side. If he donated to Al Sharpton, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Kamala Harris, and other black candidates, my definition of racism is completely wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is common sense. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It really shouldn't. Are these comments on the video? Yeah, they're on. I'm showing you right here. That's the comments. I'm showing you, like, look right here. This lady calls me a racist. This is what I was telling you. This one right here. This lady calls me a racist. Because I'm not voting for Kamala, I'm a racist. In a video where I point out reasons why I wouldn't vote for her. Actual political reasons. It's just sad. It really is just sad. You're knowledgeable. Democrats hate that. Yeah. Try this one simple trick. Exactly. It's like that. Let me do my reverse Uno card by calling you a racist. That'll get you to vote for the person that I want you to vote for. Idiot. I thought the comment about being the next shooter is fucked up. They call me a shooter? Where? Oh my god, these people. Where'd you see that? This kid will be the next kid. Oh, right there. Yeah, exactly. I don't agree with your opinion, so I must want to, like, shoot and kill everyone. And what are Trump's plans? That's the same guy that said, what are Trump's plans, in a video where I literally on the screen bring up Trump's plans. So you can tell he's not very smart. Cheryl Whoops came out on video and said that black people can't be racist while talking shit on Caitlin Clark. Yeah, I just can't. I just can't, dude. I just don't want to be around these people. Anything like that, I just don't want to be around you. I kind of like, I've done YouTube for a while on a different channel talking about finance stuff. So, oh, come on. Dog. But I've dealt with like hate comments. I get it. You can hate me. That's fine. I get that people want to put hate comments on there. But things that don't have logic, that's what annoys me. Like, go to my video. Say you hate my face. Hate my face, man. That's cool. Hate my ideas. Maybe you don't agree with me. Hate my ideas. That's fine. I love that. We can have a conversation. Talk shit. That's fine. But when you're just stupid, like you're just leaving dumb comments like that, that's just like, man, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. Maybe all the comments are sponsored by the Karen who called the cops on your dog yesterday. Probably. She found me. She's like, all right, I'm going to paint this guy as a racist now. It probably is her. God. I just don't get it. I don't get people's logic. I don't get the Karen who called the cops on me or called animal control. Like, I'm in a weird place being 35 that I don't understand people anymore. I don't understand where they get, where their thought process is going. I just don't get it. Trump isn't saying how he is gonna magically fix inflation, but 5 words doesn't cut it. I'm not saying that. That's not even what I'm talking about. You could hate Trump too. That's fine. I get it. We can talk about it. Frank there is a douche. Half the country is very stupid, tough to compromise with someone that hates you. Yeah. The Karen with the dog issue, man, I really, it's the same thing. It's the same logic. We can kind of move away from the racist stuff because I'm tired of that already. The Karen logic with the dog. Imagine me walking the dog. I see her. I cross the street to get away from her. She follows me. I tell her, hey, my dog's not friendly. I move away from her. She chases after me to tell me her campaign spill. And then my dog barks at her. Granted, it's at night. This is at night. And she's chasing us. So my dog barks at her, obviously because he feels I'm uncomfortable. And we're in the wrong. How do you get to that logic? How do these people not kill themselves daily? Hadn't heard about the dog. Yeah, this was not yesterday, maybe like 2 days ago, I think. I woke up with animal control at my door because of this lady. Most people, when they see a German Shepherd, you have what I call big scary dog privilege. They assume, I don't know how that dude's training his dog. Could be good, could be bad. But either way, I'm not going to run up on somebody with a German Shepherd. You just wouldn't do that, You wouldn't run up on a German Shepherd. You wouldn't run up on a pit bull. It just seems like common sense. Like you wouldn't pick up a knife and stab yourself. You know what I mean? If you aggressively run up on someone, and you have to think the dog's going to bark. He doesn't know you. And then for her to try to say, oh, the dog did something wrong by barking at her. No, lady. Your ego was hurt that I didn't want to hear about your campaign. That's all it was. You were mad that I yelled at you. That was it. I yelled at you because you don't have common sense. But these people are out there, man. They're in the world. They're in the world, and they're here with us. That's the issue. They're here with us. And it's navigating the world around these people. Hopefully Trump will deport him. Well, this was a Karen, so I don't think she's going to get deported. She was an old white lady. Go figure. It sounds like your typical Karen, right? She should go first. Yeah, just send her anywhere. Anywhere but here. My problem is I'm very logical, so it has to work out like a math equation. I try to think like, what was their thought process? That's your fellow countrymen you're talking about? Like that, you patriots. Exactly. The Caucasian author of White Fragility, Why It's So Hard for White People to Talk About Racism, has been accused of plagiarizing minority authors. No, he didn't. What? What? Come on, man. No, he didn't. Come on. Let's see what I find. This is Fox News. I don't want to go to that one because they're... Okay, this is The Hill. Here we go. The Hill is usually more Democratic. It's Democrats, dude. They have no common sense. See, I'm not even going to say that because I've met Republicans that are just as stupid. Just being honest. There's some stupid rednecks out here in Florida. Really dumbasses. And I see it by the way they drive. As soon as the light turns green, they hit on their horn. Like somehow they're going to get someplace faster. The light just turned green, you asshole. US. All right. So let's see what it actually has to say. This is from The Hill. It says white fragility author Robin DiAngelo exposed as a plagiarist. Come on, man. Is there no article here? It's just that's it? Oh, it's a video, that's why. Let's see if we can watch the video.
Last week at the University of Washington, where she received her PhD in multicultural education, she plagiarized many scholars, including 2 minorities.
Wait, she was white?
Now, according to the Washington Free...
I didn't know she was a white lady. She wrote white fragility as a white lady?
Beacon, DeAngelo's doctoral thesis, Whiteness in Racial Dialogue, a Discourse Analysis, that sounds like riveting reading. It takes 2 paragraphs from Asian American professor Thomas Nakayama without correct attribution. She does not include quotation marks or in-text citations. The Free Beacon also reports that she took material from Asian American professor Stacy Lee, summarizing the work of scholar David Theo Goldberg.
Come on, people.
Joining us now to discuss is Aaron Sabarium, a writer at the Washington Free Beacon, who broke this story, got a lot of attention on social media. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Robbie.
So I think our viewers understand the importance, the influence of Robin DiAngelo. You know, this is a figure who has gotten actually a lot of mockery from kind of all sides of the political spectrum, I would say, in recent years for her kind of racial obsession, the white people.
Paul says, thank you. Yeah, Paul, I criticize Trump, obviously, too. You've been in my streams. You know I do it. And when I criticize Trump, immediately what I get is, oh, you're a stupid liberal, blah, 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 you woke dumbass. Oh, dude, it's just people. It's just people. Is this something a stupid Republican would say? USA, USA, USA. Come on. Red, white, and blue. Brother.
Should be trying to, like, exorcise the demon that is racism from their bodies in almost like a quasi-religious way. But now it turns out, you know, give us the scope of how bad it is that some of her writing on this topic was actually plagiarized from minority scholars, the very thing that she says is like a cardinal sin.
That makes it even worse. So you have a white lady who writes a book called White Fragility where she bashes white people. I'm assuming. I didn't read her book. I'm just assuming by the title. But she stole all the material from black people. What? What the fuck, dude? Come on. Oh, I'm gonna get attacked by a dog now. Give me a second. I'm gonna let him outside.
Yeah, so there have obviously been a lot of plagiarism allegations in the past year, many of them against DEI officials. And her plagiarism falls, I would say, on the more severe half of the continuum. It's not the worst that I've seen, but it's pretty bad. It's more extensive. Certainly the passages are longer than I think any of the passages at issue in, say, Claudine Gay's work. In some cases, she borrows 2-3 paragraphs in a row from other scholars without any kind of in-text.
That vicious dog attacked me. It was so bad. My life was in danger. She's not a Republican, bruh. To say, they all the same, not what the record shows. I think I missed something in the video. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Attribution. Most of the people are cited in her bibliography, but that's not really a defense to plagiarism. You have to actually make clear which words are your own and which words are your sources, and she manifestly fails to do that.
All right, scratch that. So I get the point of that. Trump's coming out. I want to watch this Trump speech. That's still pretty insane, though. All right, pull this up here. All All right, so we got Donald Trump coming out here in Michigan. He's going to give remarks on the economy and manufacturing. Right now, he's got the music on, so I had to mute it, of course, because they're going to give me a copyright strike. Comes out to the same music every time. It's the I'm Proud to Be an American song. But yeah, he's got some kind of workers' union over here. I'll have to just see what he says. USA, USA. Exactly. See, look, you did a little dance there for you. Be proud to be American, bro. Yeah. He's finishing up. He's saying there aren't any dumb Republicans. Surely he's not saying that. There's dumb people on both sides. Racist to be a proud American? Yeah, probably. How dare you? We kind of saw that for a little bit. People would wear American flags, and that was considered more of like a Republican thing to do. And it was almost borderline like people wanted to call you a racist for wearing the flag. Now, you see Kamala at her rallies, people are chanting USA, and the flag's, you know, obviously not that bad. There he goes. Wow, they kicked the volume up. There we go. There he is.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be back with the hardworking patriots of the great state of Michigan.
There we go.
State. And I also want to thank All-Row Steel CEO Randy Glick. Just met Randy, and he's fantastic. The job the family's done, he's done. It's beautiful. And all of the talented workers here at All-Row Steel. I hope you're all happy. Are you happy with the company? I think, yes. Huh? I think. Great company. And congratulations on 76 years of manufacturing in Michigan. And you had your best years 4 years ago, but you're going to have even better years coming up, I can tell you that. You're going to have even better. I'm here today with a simple message for the American auto worker and for
Those back the blue flags were racist a couple years ago during the BLM. No, since Kamala changed policy, it's not racist anymore. Yeah. Yeah, they were definitely getting hated on for those flags, for sure.
the American worker. Your long economic nightmare will very soon be over. It's going to be over. We're going to turn it around. With your vote, we will defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. And we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, stronger, and just better, bigger, better. We love the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream.
Yeah.
When was the last time you heard about the American dream?
Let me go check on this dog.
They copy everything else I do, so I guess that'll be nice. They'll be copying. They'll be saying, oh, the American dream. She doesn't know what the American dream is. Over the past 4 years, Kamala and crooked Joe Biden have presided over an economic reign of terror, committing one financial atrocity after another. As vice president, Kamala cast the deciding votes that caused the worst inflation in American history. You're all victims of it. We all are. Everybody is a victim of it. It's a nation buster, costing the typical family $28,000. Under her policies, household wealth has plummeted by $33,000 per family. The cost of the typical monthly mortgage has really tripled, and you can't get the money. So, you know, you will go from 2% to 10%, but you can't get the money at 10%. I guess they want more than that, but you just can't get the money. Credit card debt has ballooned by 40%, and they have the highest numbers in history right now. As of about 3 days ago, the highest number in history. Now Kamala says she wants to talk about the future, but she's been there for 3.5 years. She only wants to talk about the future because the past has been so, the job they've done. Let me tell you, he's the worst president in the history of our country, and she's the worst vice president, and she's the worst border czar in the history of the world. And she's the one who gave us every single disaster that our country is facing right now. Look at Afghanistan. She said, I was the last person in the room. What a horrible, horrible event that was. Kamala's made middle-class life unaffordable and unlivable, and I'm going to make America affordable again. In addition to making it great again, we're going to make it affordable again And that's going to be starting on day one. Isn't it amazing? They go 3 years and now they say, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. The only good thing that she's flip-flopping, she's the greatest flip-flopper, things that she never even thought of. She probably goes back to her room and gets sick to her stomach when she says what she has to say, because she's a Marxist, she's a fascist, and she never believed. I mean, now she's saying, oh, we want to build a strong border. Where has she been for 3.5 years? As we took in 20 million people, many of them horrible criminals. My vision is for a middle class that is once again the envy of the entire world. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fast. Thank you. Workers like you and communities like this should be able to afford a nice house, a new car, and a growing family on a single income, all while enjoying the highest standard of living on earth, right? Thank you. Americans deserve safe streets, secure borders, great schools, healthy children, bustling factories, and a nation that is confident and a nation that is strong. That's the future that I intend to deliver, and I will deliver. And you had the best economy in the history of our country just a short while ago, and now you have what they call inflation, what that has done to this country. And frankly, they've done also worse, and you're going to end up in World War III with these people. I'll tell you what.
Border alone, how is this race not a blowout? USA is stupid. Well, you know, I really try to understand the people that would vote for Kamala, and I think they truly believe that the things that she wants to give them, let's say like the grants, the $25,000 for a first-time home buyer, or whatever else she's trying to sell to them. I really think they believe that those things don't have consequences, or that Kamala is so in control of the economy that she's able to give these things and it not have a negative effect on the economy. I think they really believe that she's in control. And then there's always going to be people that are just going to vote for her for being a woman or being black. They relate to her because of that. They don't see people like themselves, you know, in office. So of course they want to try to get somebody like them in office. So that could be a major turning point for them to actually want to vote for somebody like that. I think she definitely preys on a lot of people who are lower income and they're struggling, and they think that she's going to fix all that because that's what she's telling them. She's trying to like play on their emotions to think that she can come in and be the savior. He had 4 years already and didn't fix anything. Yeah. And most Republicans will say, are you better off 4 years from now, or are you better off now? So I don't know. It's just, man, it's just difficult. I'm really trying to think, like, get in the minds of a Kamala voter. Obviously, they're gonna look like the comment that I just read to you guys. They're gonna think anybody that doesn't vote for Kamala is racist. But I really think it comes down to being a woman, being black, and you connect with them. They want somebody in office who looks like them, and that makes sense to me. People who are struggling, when Kamala comes out and says that she's going to give them the world and there's not going to be any negative consequences, I think they really believe that. I think maybe they think that the government can just hand them grants for buying a home and it won't increase the prices of homes and just things like that. What side do we vote to do that? Trump hates war. Democrats love it. Couldn't wipe my ass 4 years ago. I'll be voting blue down the ticket. Yeah, and it really just depends on where you were. To be honest, I think I'm probably better off now than under Trump. But a lot of people aren't. And I definitely feel when they talk about inflation, you know, everybody feels that. Everybody can see that prices have increased a ton. So yeah, I try to think like why people would vote for her. Yeah. Yeah, Republicans hate war and why we won in the Middle East.
We've never been so close to World War III. And you know, with the power of weapons, I always say this isn't two army tanks running back and forth shooting at each other. The power of weapons today, very dangerous, very bad. We have people, do we have a president? He just got back from California. He was supposed to go to the White House. He never got there. He went to Delaware, and he's laying on a beach sleeping all day long.
That's why you were better under Trump. Inflation, not necessarily. There's people that have their income increase over those 4 years, and although the prices are higher, they're not affected as much compared to a lot of people who are lower income are really feeling the inflation. Look at this vicious dog. This vicious dog is attacking me. He wants to talk to you.
No, seriously, who the hell wants to sleep? And who wants to sleep in public? He's sleeping. Do you think President Xi of China is at a beach sleeping? Do you think Kim Jong-un is...
Your income didn't go up 40%. How do you know what my income's done? You don't know me. Oof. Hit me in the face. Vicious. Go lay down. Go lay down. Democrats have been in charge 16 years. I don't really blame Trump for the way things are. Yeah, the billionaires made trillions under Trump. All right. I'm going to play it.
Sleeping
Dog's going to go outside.
North Korea with his nuclear weapons all over the place. They don't sleep so much. Now we have a guy sleeping, and she's incompetent. She can't do an interview. It's been months. She can't. I just did an interview backstage. She was a very terrible person, but she was okay, actually. NBC fake news. It was NBC fake news. She asked me about all sorts of things. She asked me about abortion, and I handled it very nicely because you know what? That's so overplayed. We have abortion. We have the whole thing brought back into the states where it belongs. That's where everybody wanted it for years and years and years. And they're voting on it. And I happen to believe in the exceptions Ronald Reagan did for life of the mother, rape, incest.
All right.
The exceptions, probably 90% of the people do. But you know, I was just telling this reporter, the real problem and the real radicals on that issue are the Democrats, where you can have an abortion in the 9th month. And in 6 states, you're allowed to kill the baby after the baby is born. And you know, one of those states is Minnesota, where this tampon Tim comes from. Kill the baby after the baby's born. So that's no longer abortion. That's
my pay increased steadily and consistently through both administrations, but that's not because I work for a great small company. Or that's because I work for a great small company. Neither president can take credit for that. I'm the one here every day. Yeah. Yeah, your pay increase is definitely on you, for sure.
called execution, right? You're allowed to execute the baby after the baby. They're the radical. Kamala is promising communist-style price controls, free taxpayer-funded health care. Not that you're going to want. Nobody in this room is going to want it. For all illegal aliens, mass amnesty and citizenship for the millions and millions of migrants she lets in. She wants to give citizenship to people that have come here illegally. They didn't come through the system. You know, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally, right? They have to come in legally. We're taking people that are murderers and drug dealers. And
double my cost if my salary doubles, it doesn't. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It depends on where you're at. If you were somebody who's lower income and you're really going to feel the inflation increase, where if you're somebody who is middle class, maybe you're making more, maybe it wouldn't affect you as much.
He wants to give them amnesty.
But you're still aware of it. You can still look and see the prices have doubled in some cases.
I tell you, I don't get it. But all of this will destroy Medicare and will destroy your Social Security. She called for the abolition of ICE. You know, ICE, these are great patriots. These are tough people. I'm looking at some of these people right in the front row. They're tough as hell. But you don't want to be an ICE. You don't want to walk into MS-13 gangs and start slugging it out. These guys are seriously tough, and they love our country. You know, somebody's got to do it. I took them out by the thousands. Now they don't want to take them out anymore. They want to let ICE, the worst gang probably in the world, the meanest, the nastiest. They slice up people with knives. They'd rather use a knife than a gun because it's more painful. They kill.
MAGA are the biggest grifters. They look at the ads on Truth. I don't really use Truth Social that much. I really don't use it at all. Sometimes I go over to see like if Trump is only putting something on there and I need to see it, like during a Kamala interview or something just to see both sides, but I don't really go over there too much.
Killed 2 young students walking to school, 2 beautiful young 16-year-old girls walking to school. They sliced them up in Long Island. And they want to let these people stay, and we're not going to let them stay. We want to get them the hell out of our country. Kamala sponsored a bill to blow up the entire U.S. healthcare system and force every American into a socialist government-run program with rationing and deadly wait times. You go there and they say, that's good, we're going to be all set for you. Come back in 3 months. She endorsed a 70 to 80% tax rate increase. Look at this. She thinks the rate could be as much as 80%. She says, I'll think about that. Well, I won't think about it. Okay? I won't think about anywhere near it. In fact, we're going for a tax cut. You know, we gave you the biggest tax cut in history, and that gave us tremendous numbers of jobs. And we actually took in more income the following year after the cut because our country was booming like it had never boomed before. She supported.
Poor people are already poor. It's not like it's getting worse for them. They're already at the bottom of the ladder, like telling a person serving. I lost that, but I don't agree with it. The first part of that comment, I don't agree with it. You can be poor and affording food and getting okay, and then inflation happens and you suddenly can't afford food, then obviously that's going to be a detriment to you. There's levels to this. It's not just like, oh, all the poor people are just, you know, screwed in that way. If you're poor, try something different. Sure, yeah, if you're poor, you got to pick yourself up for sure and figure something out. I don't like either, but I watch streamers that pull it up, scammy stuff. Yeah, who goes to Truth Social, really? How's that even a platform besides people going to look for Trump? Nobody uses it.
Supports abolishing cash bail so that when you murder somebody, oh, don't worry about it. You're free to go. No cash, no nothing. And then they go murder somebody else, and in some cases, much more than one person. And she endorsed the Marxist crusade to defund the police. Do you know that she was the leader of the defund the police? Does anybody in Michigan, I said, why don't I just walk up? I don't have to waste a lot of time. You're all fans, right? Is anybody here not going to vote for Trump? I'm just kidding.
That's
Raise
awkward.
your hand if you have the courage to do that.
Jesus.
I think pretty good. No, but, I said, why do I have to make a speech? All I have to do is say, she was the leader of the defund the police movement. And then I say, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and leave. Because when you hear that, no, she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist. He's a Marxist professor. It's very nice. This election is not a choice between Democrats and Republicans. It's a choice between communism and freedom. That's what it's about. And nobody really knows her. They were doing something, the man on the street, they said, you know Harris? Everyone's saying, who the hell is Harris? Nobody knows who Harris is. What's the vice president's name? They have no idea what the name is. Now, the name Kamala it's a little complex because about 19 different ways of pronouncing it, right? But Kamala is, at least it's a name you sort of remember. You can't use Harris because nobody knows who the hell Harris is. Who's Harris? We want somebody they know. And, one of the reasons they don't know, she did a lousy job. She was considered the worst vice president in history. I don't know who does this stuff, but she was considered the worst. Kamala will turn America into a third world country. Will happen. It's already getting there. I hate to tell you. When you look at our borders, when you look at our elections, our rigged elections, when you look at all the crap that's going on, we're turning into a third. When you look at how they go weaponize against me, they're doing absolutely nothing wrong. I got indicted, I think, 9 different times. 9 times. I never even knew what an indictment was for my whole life. All of a sudden, the last year, I think I had 9 indictments, far more than Alphonse Capone, who was quite well known in Chicago and the environs. He liked killing people. But he had nothing like me. 9 times, and every time they see me going up in the polls, and we're leading in the polls, and I think we're leading by a lot. The polls are rigged too.
So actually, I thought I brought this up. I didn't. Let me pull it up. Because every speech, he says that he's ahead in the polls. And he's not. He's never ahead in the polls. Well, there was like 2 polls that he was ahead of. One was Fox News and some other poll that I've never heard of. He literally says this every time. So I'm going to pull up the polls and show like there's a huge gap. Here's our national polls. Here's the average up here as of the 29th. Right? So we're showing 47 Harris, 43 Trump. Right? And as you go down these polls, you can see that Harris has a huge lead in pretty much every poll. Every poll is showing that Harris is in the lead. There was 2, one being Fox News, which even Fox News isn't showing her in the lead or showing him in the lead anymore. So, yeah, that's BS. Now you can say, oh, fake news, polls don't matter. And probably to some extent, I agree with you that the polls aren't really that big of a deal. But don't say it like that. Not sure your source here. So this is a collaboration of all the polls. That's all this site does. You can see here are the different polls. Look, here's all the multiple different polls. It's not even just one source. This is a collection of polls. This isn't like one poll source. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't like, oh, I went to Fox News and of course they got Trump in the lead. No, it's not like that. It's literally as many polls as they can find are right here, and they're all showing Harris in the lead. All of them. All of them.
The polls are rigged too. You know, they say Donald Trump is tied. You know, we were up massively by Biden. How would you like to be me? I spent $100 million on beating Biden. We had a debate, and everybody said, this guy's shot. They never give me credit. They say he was shot.
You understand who they poll is important? Yeah, absolutely understand it. That's why I was saying you could say polls are fake news and you don't agree with him. But when Trump comes out and he says, I am ahead in the polls, he's lying. That's what I'm saying. You could say polls are complete bullshit. The data is skewed. We have outliers everywhere. The numbers are wrong. Fine, dude. I get it. You don't like polls. And we saw that during his election where the polls were completely wrong and he got elected. I get that. I'm with you. But you don't get to say I'm ahead in the polls and you're not ahead in the polls. That's a straight lie.
Maybe I did a good job. Somebody said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever said. And then you know what? That I've ever seen. Said, it was a CNN person. Said, this is the single greatest debate performance I've ever seen. 2 days later, they forgot about that. They said he was terrible. You know, but that's all right. Whatever it takes. But you know, I spent $100 million on fighting him. We weren't fighting anyone else. We weren't fighting a vice president. We didn't even know who the hell she was. And then all of a sudden they say, Joe, you're losing badly. You got to get out. He was losing by a lot.
You're telling me to look at Polymarket while just saying those numbers are skewed. Trump was literally at the Bitcoin conference announcing that he was going to support Bitcoin. Don't you think Polymarket might be a little bit skewed as well, considering it's a cryptocurrency platform? Do you see how you're not consistent? I'm going to bounce. He's just whining. Yeah, he's probably just going to whine again.
But they went up to him. They said, get out. That's like you're in a fight and you have a fighter and he's doing great. And they say, listen, we're going to take the opponent out. We're going to throw another guy in to finish it off. It's that's what they did, really. It's never been done before. And, you know, she was last online. And she came in last. I think there were like 22 people. She was the first one to get out. And she got out. She had no votes. She had no votes. She was supposed to go to Iowa. She quit before Iowa. That was the first state. She never made it to Iowa. And now she's running. And what about those other 20 or so people? They did much better than her. And they're saying they're sitting home watching television. But, you know, they're having a big discussion now because they don't understand why she refuses to sit down for just an interview. And they've got a lot of friendly. You know, it's much easier being a Democrat because you see all the fake news back there. If you're a Democrat, they say he just gave the greatest speech that we've ever heard. Not since FDR has there been a speech. I saw this with Biden. He made a State of the Union address. It was so bad. Oh, It was so bad. I saw her make a speech. It was so bad. And after they get off, this was one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in our country. With me, I make a speech. I speak for 2 hours. Everybody loves it. I got thousands of people, by the way, outside trying to get in. They never said Trump's a great speaker. I don't even want that. But I must be a great speaker, right? I must. We got thousands of people. No, we got thousands and thousands. Boy, if I were a Democrat, they'd say he's the greatest that ever lived. He made Abraham.
You can post it, but I'm not going to click it. I can't click links. Not through Twitch or YouTube.
Lincoln look like nothing. But no, I don't care about that. I care about winning for our country. I care about making America great again, and that's what we're going to do. So we're pleased to be joined today by some really great winners, champions, patriots, and one of them is Lisa McClain, Congresswoman. Where's Lisa? Hi, Lisa. You are doing amazing. I'll tell you, don't be fooled by her. She's a very nice person, but she's brutal when it comes to your state, when it comes to jobs. Right, Lisa? And she's proud of it, too. Yep, she is. Thank you. Great job. And another man that I picked out of a large group, I said, this guy's got what it takes. He's a highly respected person. He's running for the U.S. Senate, and I think he's going to win. I just saw a poll where he's leading by a little bit. It's not an easy race. It's not an easy race, but the other one is going to be just a disaster. She's going to vote everything that whoever it would be, except me, they won't, but hopefully we're not going to need it. But she's a disaster. Mike Rogers is one of the most respected people in Washington, and he will be, I believe, your next senator. Great guy. He is actually one of the most respected people in Washington, and he came out of a large group of Republicans that all wanted the same job, and he really he ran a great race, won easily. He had my endorsement, that helped, but he did. He won easily, and he's got great gravitas. Your next congressman, and you're going to have a great congressman who I think is going to win, Tom.
I'm with you. I don't think Trump's necessarily the greatest speaker. Obviously, he gets caught up in words, and the media misconstrues everything that he's going to say. So I don't think he's the greatest speaker either. Let's see this. But here's this thing you just posted. Emerson College polling. Swing states polls with The Hill. When is this from? Okay, this is coming out today. And they're showing polling for Trump in the swing states. So yeah, they're breaking down the swing states, and they're going to show that Trump's ahead in some of these. But I don't know what's your point. I'm looking at national polls. Just when he says like I'm ahead in the polls, I'm assuming he's meaning the national polls, and that's showing pretty much all Kamala Harris. But even if there was like one obscure poll somewhere that showed Trump in the lead, like I pulled up Fox News the other day and he was in the lead. I don't think that matters. I still think that's not necessarily honest to say you're ahead in the polls when most polls are showing that you're not ahead.
Barrett. Tom? Thank you, Tom. Great job. I heard you're doing well, Tom. Good. Running against somebody that's not good. Not good for your state, not good for our country. Michigan House Republican leader Matt Hall. Are we going to win, Matt? He gave me a good summary. He said, you're going to win, sir. You know, they have these fake polls. They're almost as bad as the fake writers, the fake news. We interviewed 49 Democrats for a poll. We interviewed 49 Democrats and 21 Republicans. You know, it's a little thing on the bottom. I'm surprised they even put it. They probably must be a law. But they put it 49 Democrats and 21 Republicans. And the race is tied. They said, tied? How the hell can it be tied? So tied means I'm leading by like 14 or 15 points. I don't know. But it's fake news. It's as bad It's as bad as they are with a pen. I'm telling you, it's really bad. They can make those polls sing. They can make them do whatever they want. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Eric, thank you. Great job. What a beautiful young daughter. What a beautiful young daughter. Great. Thanks, Eric. Thanks very much. We also have some people of great distinction. Justice David Viviano is here with us. David, thank you, David. Highly respected Justice. Thank you, David. Judge Patrick O'Grady. Patrick.
Seems odd to judge polls or votes when the top dog is telling us they're rigged and fake. Wake up, sheeple. Yeah, he literally comes out and says, I'm ahead in the polls, and then said the polls are fake. He's contradicting himself. I'm only into facts. Yes, he's not the best speaker. Yeah, he's not really a great speaker. He's going to be better than Biden. I'll give him that, but that's not saying much. What can you trust? Nobody supports Israel more than Trump or Kamala. You can't trust anything.
Patrick is here someplace. Where's Patrick? Another one, highly respected. So whatever you're doing, keep it going. Good. And Tudor Dixon, who really ran a good race. Where is Tudor? Well, hi, Tudor. She's a great person. Loves this state and loves the workers. I knew her father. Her father was in the steel business. Successful guy. I knew him as he was leaving our planet, right? Leaving. He was very sick and leaving, but he loved his daughter. He was so proud of you. So he's up there watching. Thank you very much, Tudor. Appreciate it. And Brian Pannebecker, who's like a friend of mine. This guy, where is he? Where's Brian? Where is he? Do you want to come up? Come on up here, Brian. This guy, he thinks the United Auto Workers have the worst leader and that they're crazy. They're going to be driven out of business. All the business is going to China. Within 2-3 years, you're not going to have auto workers in this. If they vote for Trump, we're going to bring in factories at levels that you've never seen before. We're going to get the auto workers' jobs back like it was 30 years ago and 40 years ago before everybody left. We're going to get it back at levels that you've never seen. Brian, say hello, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the last time you called me up on stage in Grand Rapids, it was the first rally that you'd held since the assassination attempt. And I was speechless. But tonight, I want to say a couple things real briefly. I represent the Auto Workers for Trump organization, which was a Facebook group. I started that group. Thank you. There's some auto workers here, I'm sure. Lansing got a lot of them. But unfortunately, a lot of them have lost their jobs. Listen, Chrysler and General Motors have already gone bankrupt once. But if we allow electric vehicle mandates to be put on this industry by the federal government, they're going out of business again. We got to fight against that. And this guy standing right here is the only person who will do it. We cannot allow the federal government to put mandates on the auto industry to build electric vehicles when the consumers do not want them.
Who is this guy?
So I'm asking everybody. I'm asking auto workers, and I'm asking everybody that supplies the auto industry, get 10 or 15 of your friends, make sure they get out and vote. Our very survival depends on it, and we can't allow it to happen. So vote Trump and J.D. Vance, and we'll turn this country around. He's done it once. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go back and do it again. Thank you.
Jeez. Obama was a great speaker. I compare all new candidates to him speech-wise. Yeah, I think Obama was like peak of giving speeches. Depends on how drunk she gets. She will flame out tonight in the interview, live or edited. Yeah, I'm kind of curious how this is gonna go. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be like heavily edited. They're gonna try and pretend like they're pressing her with some questions, but they're gonna be already scripted so she can navigate around them. That's what I'm saying. Ha's accent is great, don't you know?
You know, as he's speaking, look at the arms of this guy.
Cut it out.
Look at that.
Cut it out.
Well, let me see. He's really great and a real patriot. And
Swole City.
You know, they're building, I don't know if you know, numerous of the biggest auto plants in the world right now. Right near the border in Mexico. owned by China. They think they're going to build the cars and send them in. And with this administration, they won't even know what's happening. They'll take every single job. You're not going to have any auto workers within 2 years, maybe 3 years. Nobody's going to be making cars here.
She has to answer. Yeah, and she's going to answer. I just think everything is going to be scripted. They're going to, what I'm saying is the interview is going to be like, they're questioning her, like they're pressing her, you know, not to seem favorable, but the answers that she gives are like, she's already going to have the question. She's already going to know. It's going to be scripted. And she's going to be able to just kind of like go around it. And some people are going to look at that and go, oh, wow, she did so well. And she answered those questions. And she's so tough when it comes to reporters. They're going to fall for it. But, you know, in my pessimistic opinion, it's going to be like a movie.
I told them, if you do that, we're going to put tariffs on at 200, 250%. You're never going to sell one car in this country. And they didn't build them. And then as soon as I left, because of a bad situation that happened, because we did great in this state too.
Yeah, you won it.
But a bad situation.
Even that, just watch and listen, it'll be a nightmare. Nope. I think if she does bad, they'll cut it and they'll do another take. Kamala, press Biden's favorite ice cream is chocolate chip. What's yours? Exactly. It's gonna be a lot of that, and then them pretending to ask hard questions that she already has the answers to.
Situation that happened, corrupt, bad situation. You have to keep your eyes open this time.
Yep.
But, you know, they use COVID to cheat. Very simple. They use COVID to cheat. But I told them, I said, you do it, you're not going to sell any cars. As soon as I was gone, they started construction, and they're almost finished, and that's going to wipe you out. They're the biggest plants anywhere in the world. A friend of mine builds plants, and I think he's building these. I said, I want to see some big plants. I want to go and tour some of the big auto plants. That's all he does. Honestly, he's a great guy. Can't walk across the street. He can build a plant like nobody. He said, sir, you're going to have to come to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see one in the United States. He said, the big ones are being built in Mexico. That's no good. And we're not going to let it happen. They can build their plant. They're not going to have any cars coming into this country. If they want to build a plant, they can. They're going to build it in Michigan or at least someplace in our country. Thank you.
The UAW members realize this now, and I'm doing a rally at a different auto plant every week. I started in June. We're going to go all the way to November, and we're talking to the auto workers as they come off their shift and go into work, and 70 or 80% of them are voting for Donald Trump because they know their jobs depend on it.
Wow. That guy's, he's a dynamic guy, isn't he, huh? No, it's really, look, I didn't know Brian. He just knows that, you know, we had 4 great years.
That's a great mustache. Yeah, he had a rockin' mustache. It will be a net negative, just her tone will make you sick. Well, hopefully she doesn't cackle. We'll try and get through it. Today's the day I speak with Trump. Make sure my mustache is trimmed and handlebar. Hell yeah. Walls is tough to look at as well. Yeah, I don't like Walls, to be honest. I'm not a fan.
But I got an award years ago in Michigan. I got Man of the Year a long time ago. In fact, the fake news said, I never got it. I made it up. I didn't make it up. And then they found out I actually did get it. I was lucky. They found out who it was. It was like a Chamber of Commerce someplace. And I gave a whole speech. This was probably 15 years ago, 17 years ago. I gave a speech on why are you letting them steal your auto manufacturing business? And it only got worse and worse and worse. Then I stopped it. And then as soon as I was gone, they let it happen. And these plants that are being built all around the world are going to take all of your business. And I'm a big fan of electric cars, but they're limited. They don't go far. They're very expensive. And they're going to all be made in China because they have the material. But we have more liquid gold under our feet than anybody else. It's called gasoline for what we talk about. And we want to build gasoline-propelled cars, but we also want to build hybrids, and we want to build electric cars. You know, Elon Musk, I think he's great, and he endorsed me very strongly. I said, listen, you know, I'm all for electric cars, but not all of them, because they really don't go far yet, but they're incredible. The job he's done and the job that others have done are great, and it's called a market. You have to be able to buy what you want to buy. There'll be another form of car. They talk about hydrogen now. They talk about all sorts of things. But it's called a market. But we can't do that. They want to put, and like immediately, all electric cars. But we don't have enough electricity to supply ourselves right now. You go out to California, which was destroyed by Kamala. destroyed. She destroyed the city of San Francisco. And I own a big building there. I shouldn't talk about this, but that's okay. I don't give a damn because this is what I'm doing.
Huge fan of Elon, not of EV. Yeah, I bought an electric lawnmower. Biggest mistake I could have made. That thing sucks. The charge never lasts. The heat runs the battery out. It can't handle the power that it needs to actually mow the grass. It's just awful. And I even bought like backup batteries to try and swap them out to extend the lifetime of mowing. It's just terrible, man. I should have just got a gas mower.
I should say it's the finest city in the world. Sell and get the hell out of there, right? But I can't do that. I don't care, you know. I lost billions of dollars. You know, somebody said, what do you think he lost? I said, probably 2-3 billion. That's okay. I don't care. They said, do you think you'd do it again? And that's the least of it. Nobody. They always say that, I don't know if you know, Lincoln was horribly treated. Jefferson was pretty horribly. Andrew Jackson, they say, was the worst of all, that he was treated worse than any other president. And I said, do that study again, because I think there's nobody close to Trump. I even got shot. And who the hell knows where that came from, right? No, these are bad people. They're sick people. You know, we have people on the outside, the countries, but if you have a smart president, the countries will be an asset, not a liability. That includes China. That includes Russia. If you have a smart president, but we don't have a smart president right now, by the way, you're going to end up in World War III. This period of time better happen fast because we have nobody running our country. We have nobody at the Resolute desk. There's nobody, the two of them. She's no good, and he's sleeping. In fact, I'm going to go back to the name for him, Sleepy Joe, instead of Crooked Joe. Did you see they found last week, Brian, he took $28 million. They say he stole her family, took $28 million, and nothing happened. That was the night he made his brilliant speech, which was all about Trump. You know, everything they do, they talk about Trump. They talk about Trump, I think, 347 times. They talked about the border once. They talked about crime twice. They talked about all of the things that you should be talking about, not at all. But they talk about Trump. And look, we did something that they're very angry about. We beat somebody that should have been beaten in an election that we weren't anticipated to win. But I thought we were going to win because I came to Michigan the night before. We had.
Imagine being forced to use a shitty e-mower. You're no, it sounds like. Yeah, it was a no for me. When I bought it, I was like, hey, this sounds really convenient. I can charge the battery in my house. I don't have to go to the gas station, deal with the gas, all that kind of stuff. Sounds great until you actually start trying to mow your grass with it and the battery dies and you can't finish the job. And it takes, you know, many, many hours to charge a battery. So in theory, it sounds good, but the battery retention just makes it to where it's impossible to actually use something like that. We should pass a law that every political campaign speech needs to be a different one than the last one. Yeah, they should. Yeah, we shouldn't just be reading the same thing off the teleprompter. This thing's BS.
We had 49,000 people. She came to Michigan the night before because she was told she may lose it. And this was an upset, so they had a fast tour. She had like 300 people. I said, why would we lose? We had a crowd. You wouldn't have believed it. Half of you were probably there. But we're also joined by a very incredible service member. I presented him with a thing called the Congressional Medal of Honor. And he is a fantastic man, and he's a good-looking guy. I don't know. He looks better than he did when I presented. Something's good. He's doing good. Specialist 5, James McLuhan. Where's James? James? Thank you, James. You look good. Good head of hair. Look at him. Got that good Irish, Scottish, whatever hair. Look at that guy. Stand up. Just stand up. Come here. I'm proud of him. I wouldn't have done what he did. I know what he did. What he did. I always say there are two awards. There's the Medal of Honor, and oftentimes is posthumously where, you know, they're not there. Oftentimes they've died in battle and they're getting the award. And then you have the civilian version, the Presidential Medal. And I always say I'd rather get the Presidential Medal because the guys that came in, other than you and a few others, oftentimes they've suffered greatly, right? They've suffered greatly, or they're not around. But it's our highest award, and it's an honor to have you here, and I'm very proud that I was able to give you the award. Thanks, James. In 4 short years under my leadership, we passed record tax cuts, record regulation cuts, and built the greatest economy in the history of the world. I ended NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. You people had to suffer with it for years. And replaced it with the USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, which they say is the best trade deal ever made. Actually, the best deal I made probably was with China, but I don't talk about it because once COVID came in, that was the end of China. Once they did that to the world, not to us, to the whole world, $59 trillion of damages and millions of people. And it should have, and it came out of Wuhan, the lab, it came out of the labs. And that's where I said it came from. And it was incompetence. It was a mistake. I believe it was a mistake. A lot of people don't think so. A lot of people think they did it because I was getting hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from China. You know, no president had ever gotten anything from China. I got hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and saved a lot of jobs by doing that because they ended up not being able to do what they were doing. And I saved the steel industry also, as you know. Those are the guys that like me the most. But now I see U.S. Steel, the great U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is being sold to Japan. I don't like that. Can you imagine U.S. Steel? That was the greatest company in the world 70 years ago, 60-something years ago. U.S. Steel is going to be sold to Japan. I wouldn't let it happen. I just wouldn't let it happen. Such a big benchmark. That shouldn't be going to Japan. They should rebuild it. They should do whatever they have to do, would work with them, would make it great again. Just like we're going to make our country great again. Under Kamala, we are rapidly approaching economic and social catastrophe. Most Americans are unaware that Harris and Biden have been shutting down entire swaths of our energy and electricity infrastructure without replacing it or even talking about it, leading to soaring electrical prices and energy prices, and also an energy shortfall like we've never had before. They're closing down things that shouldn't be closed down. This week, Harris officially banned drilling on 28 million acres of public lands. So what they did is when they came in, what caused inflation, other than their spending, which was a big factor, but it's energy, because they came in and they wanted to terminate everything I was doing, and the prices were going through the roof for gasoline and everything. So they said, put it back, put it back. So it all came back, or most of it came back. Maybe not to the same, but pretty close. They said, go back, after the election. If they ever won, it's all gone. But what they don't say is they'll say, oh, but we have the similar to Trump. And that's sort of true, but what they don't have is they don't have ANWR. They gave up ANWR, the biggest site anywhere in the world in Alaska that I got done. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it done. But really, most importantly, what they don't have is we were going to be 4 to 5 times bigger by now. So when they say they had it back, they only had it back to where I was. We were going to have so much energy coming out of the ground, so much liquid gold. We were going to pay off debt. We were going to reduce your taxes further. I mean, we have more liquid gold than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia, and we were going to use it. And you know where we're getting a lot of our energy now? Venezuela, which isn't even. I mean, it's tar. You know that it's tar. And you know where it's refined? There's only one plant in the entire world that can do it. It happens to be in Houston, Texas. So for those of you that don't like particles going into the air, take a look at that mess. And we have clean, beautiful stuff. We have the best. We have the best and we have the most, and we don't use it. We go to electric or we go to something else. You almost say, do they hate our country? Because it's so incompetent. Do they hate our country? The first thing I will do to make middle-class life dramatically more affordable is to end Kamala's war on American energy, terminate her Green New Scam, and drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill.
The West Coast is a liberal meth zombie shithole. I live here, but the USA should just sell it. Californians are screwing up the whole P&W. Yeah, I used to live there. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, California was definitely a shithole, which sucks because California is really beautiful. It's just the meth heads are mental people walking around that are probably going to stab you, you know, that makes it terrible and not worth living in.
Since Harris took office, more than 50 power plants have been shut down. Many of these were great plants, but they didn't like the way they were fueled up. You know, many of them are needed to create electricity. It's like, it comes from it starts from somewhere. It doesn't start from electricity. And by the way, just a little side note. So AI is a big deal. For us to compete successfully with China and others on AI, we're going to need twice the electricity that we currently produce. Can you believe that? We're not going to be even close. The only guy that can do that is a guy like me. I opened up 2 plants in Louisiana that went through 14 years, LNG plants. They went through 14 years of approvals and were turned down. I got it done in 1 day. 1 day, we got it opened. Those owners, whoever they were actually people going to spend $16 billion. These are the biggest, there's like the Empire State Building on its side times 3. The longest, biggest buildings you've ever seen. All they had is pipes inside. I said, what the hell kind of a building is this? But you know what? Billions of dollars. And they got turned down. I got it approved in one of them. 1 day, the owner or the head of the company couldn't believe it. He said, I got a call. I guarantee you a consultant somewhere that represented him. So I did a great job. I didn't speak to consultants. I just got it done. And now they're up and they're roaring and they're just fantastic.
Portland and Seattle are gone. Yeah, I've never been to either of those places, but I've watched a lot of videos on Portland. And if that rings true, some of the policies on drugs that they put in place in Portland is just a disaster. It seems like they're trying to go back on them now because they see what a disaster it's been. So hopefully they're able to fix that. There are a lot of movies about how bad AI can turn out. Yeah. Sad but true. Yeah.
Kamala's radical power plant rule issued by the EPA, all coal-fired power plants will be forced to close in the next few years. What are you going to do? Gutting more than 1/6 of the power, and really we're going to go to a very weak form of producing power. We don't have energy that can power up those big, massive plants that we need, including the ones right here in Michigan. You don't have the energy. Wind is wonderful if you like high cost, if you like having to replace the windmills every 9 years. You know, they wear out, and they're very intermittent, and they do kill a hell of a lot of birds. If you want to see a lot of dead birds, go to a windmill and just look underneath. You'll see birds all over the place. This same rule has frozen virtually all new investment in large natural gas projects, setting us up for a horrible shortage of at least 30% of our electrical grid capacity in the future. So we're going to have much less in the future. We're closing down all our plants. Just like trucks. They want you to make electric trucks. And the truckers come to see me. Sir, they don't work. One man had 29,000. He said, I started with nothing. I have 29,000 trucks. He said, I'd buy trucks, and every year they got better, they got more efficient, they got stronger, they got more beautiful. I started building apartments in the back of the cabs, right? You know what that is? He said, sir, you're rich, but you would have loved some of these apartments. I said, no, thanks, but that's okay. No, it's beautiful. This stuff is fantastic. We had 4 or 5 companies. I said, which one did the best? He said, they all do good, sir. But now they want us to go to electric trucks, and I'll have to stop 6 times on the way to California from New York, 6 times. And sir, they weigh 2.5 times more than a gasoline or than a diesel-powered truck. I said, so what does that mean? He said, that means you're going to have to rebuild every bridge and every major roadway in the country just because of the weight. And they're very inefficient, and the battery is much bigger than the tank. And he was telling me the battery would take up at least half of the area right now that they use for hauling. I said, so when you tell people like that you'd have to rebuild every bridge in America, that you'd have to rebuild the roads, that the tank, that you have to stop 6 times from New York to California. He said, with a load of diesel, a good truck can go all the way and even start their way back. That's how good it is. And he said this, it was amazing because he said it right from the heart. He said, if they make us do this, I'll be out of business. We'll all be out of business. Your supply chain will be a disaster. But if they made us do this, every year that I bought a truck, it was better. They got better, better, better. We will have gone back 70 or 80 years. We'll have trucks that don't go far. We'll have trucks that don't work well. We'll have trucks that can carry a very small payload because of the size of the batteries and the weight. So I said, well, when you tell these officials this, what do they say? They say, we don't care. You're going all electric. So if you had a child, let's see, do we have any children? If you had a child, a beautiful boy in the green shirt, if you had just a little child saying, and he's not so little, he's a big boy, he's going to be a big one. But if you said to a child, it doesn't go far, it weighs too much.
Tesla truck weighs what, 10K? Yeah, about that. I'm looking at Google and it says like a little bit under 7, so pretty much like 10K, yeah.
The payload's no good, and lots of other problems, and they're much more expensive. He would say, let's stay with diesel, right? These guys say, we don't care. Then they want to make our army tanks, you know, all electric. And the problem is they don't go far. They're the wrong torque. And you know where they want the battery? Because the battery is massive. They want you to, like you pull a wagon, a child pulls a wagon. They want to build a wagon at the back so it pulls the battery along. So they want to be environmentally friendly as we blast our way into a country that we hate, right? We want to take on these countries and be environmentally friendly. These people are deranged. They're deranged people. I will be the American energy president. I'll be a president for a lot. I'm going to be the automobile manufacturing president, too. You watch. And it won't even be hard. I can do it with a pen. I can do it with a pen. Come in and build your plants in the United States, preferably here. But come in and build your plants in the United States of America. And if you don't, you're not allowed to sell cars here. And we're going to tax you at 150 or 200%. I did that with steel. And people are going to flow in. And the head of your union, who's absolutely terrible, I mean, give him an IQ test. I mean, this guy doesn't know what is happening. He's horrible. Sean Fain. He's horrible. What a terrible job. He sold out the union. And they automatically endorse, you know, they automatically endorse Democrats for many, many years. But if you look at your car industry now and 25 years ago, it's like a different world. You've just, what you've lost is so bad. We can get it all back. We can get so much of it back because you're still the big market. And that's why we have to do it fast, because we have to remain the big market. The way we're going with this country, we're going to lose that. We're going to lose our currency values. We're going to lose the dollar standard. If we lose the dollar standard, that's like losing a war. If we don't have the dollar standard, we are a third world country. My goal will be to cut your energy costs in half within 12 months after taking office. And we can do that. If you have the oil supply, which we have more than anybody, your heating and air conditioning, electricity, gasoline, all can be cut down in half. Your gasoline, I had it down to $1.87. I had moments when it was much lower than that. To achieve this rapid reduction in energy costs, I will declare a national emergency to allow us to dramatically increase energy production, generation, and supply, which Comrade Kamala has destroyed. She's destroyed it. Starting on day one, I will approve new drilling, new pipelines, new refineries, new power plants, new reactors, and we will slash the red tape. We will get the job done. We will create more electricity also for these new industries that can only function with massive electricity, and we'll get it done. And nobody else is even going to come close. They won't even try. And if they did try, nothing would happen. Under President Trump, America's future will be...
Okay, let's make it easy. Yes or no, pay less for energy? Of course, people are going to want to pay less for industry. I used to be excited to watch these, not so much anymore. Yeah, his speeches are getting kind of stale. I think right now, most people are just kind of ready for the debates. That's where the excitement's going to be peaked again. Pay less in federal personal taxes. Yeah, everybody wants to pay less for taxes. Pay less for food, all that stuff. Yeah, I got you.
Energy abundance, energy independence, and soon we will be energy dominant. We're going to be dominant, much more so than Russia. You know, we started off number 3. By the time I left, we were number 1 by a lot, and we were going to be doubling and tripling them up. The cutting of ANWR was a shame. Ronald Reagan tried to get it. He couldn't get it. Every president, they all tried to get ANWR. In Alaska, I got it. they think the size of Alaska in terms of what's under there. And in the first week in office, he terminated it. I got it all done. They were all started drilling. Took them a year and a half. They got everything perfect. They were all starting in Alaska to drill. And what a shame that is. ANWR could have been maybe the biggest site in the world, but we're going to get it back. It'll be back very quickly, I promise you that. Because I know the roadmap. I know that roadmap very well. People said, I can't believe you got ANWR. Ronald Reagan nobody could get it. And it was easier then, because now you have the environmental stuff at levels that, nobody's ever seen before. Much of it to stop us from making progress. I will also stop Chinese-owned electric vehicle battery companies from coming to Michigan and stealing our intellectual property, our workers' knowledge, and then sending it back to communist China. We're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let that happen. Every part of Comrade Kamala's economic plan looks like it was written for her by the Chinese Communist Party. It actually looks much of her. Now, in all fairness, she did an interview today. She didn't want to go in alone. How do you think President Xi is going to do with this? Oh, he's just savoring it. So she went in with this vice president guy that nobody ever heard of. And she did an interview with a very friendly reporter. We'll see, maybe the friendly reporter, not friendly to a lot of other people. She was very fair to me, Dana Bash, very fair to me in the debate. We had the debate with Sleepy Joe. She was very fair, and Jake Tapper was very fair. I respect. I don't call him Fake Tapper anymore. I may have to start eventually, but no. But I thought they were very fair. I just said neutral. Could you be neutral? Would that be okay? And they were pretty neutral. And but Dana Bash is interviewing Kamala, and people just want to see if she.
So this is Dana Bash. If you don't know. I think I've seen a few of her interviews, and we definitely saw her at the debates. So, we can just hope that she was fair in the interview. Hopefully she asked some grilling questions.
You can get through the interview. Nobody knows what's going on. I've done so many interviews in the last couple of months. Every time I go out, I have an interview. I have people, reporters, we talk to them. And they ask me every question in the book, and we answer them. And you don't see any scandals brewing, nothing. We answer them properly. You have to, as president, you have to be able to deal. You're dealing with the toughest, smartest, most ruthless people in the world. If you can't do an interview, we got the wrong person. To get more relief to working class citizens and seniors on fixed incomes, we will have no tax on tips, and we will have no tax on Social Security benefits. And I did it 4 years. I didn't touch your Social Security, and they're going to end up adding a lot of years. I know, because I know people in that party, too. They're going to add 5 years, 6 years on. We're not going to add any years on. They're going to add, and they're going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because they have all these millions of people coming into the country. They want to make them citizens, and they want them to get onto Social Security, Medicare, and other plans. And that's going to be very destructive. It's going to destroy Social Security. In addition, as part of our efforts to help working families, I'm announcing today in a major statement that under the Trump administration, your government will pay for, or your insurance company will be mandated to pay for, all costs associated with IVF treatment, fertilization for women, IVF treatment. Because we want more babies, to put it very nicely. And for this same reason, we will also allow new parents to deduct major newborn expenses from their taxes, so that parents that have a beautiful baby will be able. So we're pro-family. Nobody's ever said that before. But the IVF treatments are expensive. It's very hard for many people to do it and to get it. But I've been in favor of IVF right from the beginning. If you talk to them, they'll say, oh, he really doesn't like, they have ads like I'm against it.
Yeah, they said that.
Opposite. By comparison, they're against it. But I'm totally in favor of it. But we're going to do what I just said. We're going to pay for it. And it'll help families, because a lot of families can't use it. And a lot of these same families have been hurt so badly by their inflation. They caused the inflation. and we are going to pay for the IVF treatments, fertilization. They're going to pay for it. We're going to take care of it. And another key driver of inflation is the migrant invasion Kamala Harris has created on our southern border, which is causing immense inflationary pressure on housing and essential goods. There's never been anything like coming into our country. Border czar Harris, now she's saying, I was never named the border czar. Yes, she was. But we don't have to just say she was in charge of the border. We don't have to call her a czar. She wasn't really a czar. I think a czar is a compliment. Border czar Harris will import millions more illegal aliens and give them free housing and groceries, and I will send the illegal aliens back home where they belong. We have no choice. We have no choice. It's not like we cannot afford this. You know, if they got in 4 years, you'd have over 100 million people from all over the world. And remember this, crime rates are going down in all these countries because they're sending us their criminals, they're sending us their drug dealers, they're sending us their people that are in jails. And I don't have to go and crazy, but that's common sense. I would do the same thing. If I was running some nice country in South America or all over the world, the Congo in Africa, 22 people came out of jail recently. They sent them here. Where do you come from? Congo. Oh, that's nice. Where are you from in the Congo? Jail. Oh. What did you do? We don't want to say. You can imagine. Let me just tell you. Welcome. They're your citizens. And they're doing this all over the world. Tom Homan told me that, who's great, by the way. He's really great. Brandon Judd, all these guys. Paul, all these guys, they're incredible people. But the Border Patrol people are incredible, what they put up with from these incompetent lunatics that don't even talk to them. They said, we have, as of last week this year, 169 countries represented by people coming illegally into our country. 100. Most people don't even know you have that many countries. You know, some of those countries, we don't even know the language is a different language. We don't have anybody in our country that even speaks it. But they're pouring in, and many of them are the worst people in those countries, and their crime rates are going way down. In Venezuela, their crime rate has gone plummeted because they're sending their killers. And if you saw that skit today, and it was a skit, I thought it was, well, I've seen it all. I guess I didn't really think too much about it other than how bad it is. In Venezuela, did you see the gang of Venezuelans today? They took over a building. They literally took over the building, walked in with machine guns, gang members from Venezuela.
I played that earlier.
You haven't seen even the beginning of this migrant crime. We're going to have a migrant crime. And just remember, you know, they have a hat. It said Trump was right about everything. And I have to say, I pretty much was right about everything. You're going to see, unfortunately, I wish I wasn't. I wish I wasn't. And be careful with World War III. I don't want to be right about that. And I'm not going to say, but I will tell you, we're close. October 7th would have never happened because Iran was broke with me. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. Russia would have never, ever attacked Ukraine. We would have had no inflation. You wouldn't have had that horrible, embarrassing mess, that horrible, horrible mess in Afghanistan. So many things. This country would be a totally different country now. And I will end deadly sanctuary cities in the state of Michigan and all across the country. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them. So just sort of in concluding, here's what we know about Comrade Kamala Harris. She just doesn't care about the American people, especially hardworking people or middle-class Americans. She just doesn't give a damn about you. She does not care about the deaths, sex slavery, drugs, or criminals coming across our border. She's been vice president for almost 4 years, and she did nothing to stop the invasion of our country. She says that that's not her job, but it is her job. The President of the United States gave her that job. She just didn't do it, and she won't do it now. She does not care about the middle class struggling over inflation, the cost of gasoline, electricity, and she doesn't care about the cost of food. She does not care if you lose your job or cannot find another comparable job. She doesn't care. She does not care if you have to run up your credit card to levels that are unsustainable. She does not care if you and your family are struggling and She did absolutely nothing to fix it. She's the vice president. She just does not care. She does not care about women's rights because she supported destroying women's sports and athletic scholarships. She wants men to play in women's sports. She's one of the leaders. Men should play in women's sports. You know she's far further left than Bernie Sanders. Think of it. Nobody wanted Bernie Sanders to be president. She's much further left than Bernie Sanders, rated #1. She makes Pocahontas look like a conservative. Do you know who Pocahontas is? Yes, Elizabeth Warren. She said her mother said that she had high cheekbones and therefore she's an Indian. No, I don't think so. Actually, that's a very racist statement that she said, isn't it? If I ever said that, that would be trouble. No, she said, my mother said I was Indian because I had high cheekbones. And then she put down on every application that she's an Indian, getting jobs all over the place. But we knocked her out of the presidential race pretty good, too. That's Pocahontas. They said, we want you to apologize to Pocahontas for using that term. I said, I will do that. People were shocked because I don't give up too easy. And I did apologize to Pocahontas, the real Pocahontas. I said, Pocahontas, I'm sorry I got you tied up with this person, this crazy person. Sorry, Pocahontas. I'm sorry, Pocahontas. But Elizabeth Warren is not nearly as radical left as this person, Kamala. But nobody knows Kamala because she doesn't do anything. She does not care about protecting little children from sex change operations because she chose Tampon Tim as her running mate, who believes the state, not mothers and fathers, should have the final say on sex change operations for their children. Do you know that? The state's allowed to decide whether or not they're going to do a sex change operation on their children. Kamala Harris wants to outlaw your car and truck and force you to buy electric vehicles, whether you like it or not. She couldn't care less. And you can't afford to do that because, again, they don't go far, but they're much more expensive. She does not care how it impacts you and your family. Kamala Harris does not care about senior citizens because she believes illegal aliens should receive Social Security and Medicare, which she knows will bankrupt those insurance programs, making it impossible for you to receive your pension and your health care, which you paid for your entire life. You've been paying for it. People are going to take it away. Those people that are coming in, remember, they're living in luxury hotels and our veterans are dying on the street. You know that. They're dying on the streets under the hotels. You have pictures last night, veterans dying on the street and other citizens, but veterans dying on the street. And inside the hotel, nice and high in nice rooms, the government's paying a fortune to keep illegal aliens that came into our country, many of them criminals. There's something wrong with the thought process. She wants to destroy your private health care, even if you like it, even if your employer contributes to it. And she wants Washington, D.C. to make your medical decisions. She wants Washington to decide what procedures, medicines, and care you should receive. Whether you like it or whether you don't, she doesn't care. Kamala Harris has had nearly 4 years to show us who she is. She is an uncaring politician with a radical ideology. She is a Marxist, just like her father. Despite her campaign of lies and flip-flops, we know who Kamala Harris is. She's the greatest flip-flopper of all time. She's copying every policy of Trump. Well, let's make her MAGA. I don't think so. Does anybody want to make Kamala MAGA? I don't think so. We'll send her a red hat without MAGA on it. We know by her actions and we know by her inaction. We know she does not care about working people, about the middle class, about the American citizen. She does not respect you. Ask the families of the 13 incredible service member heroes who died during the surrender of Afghanistan, which was surrendered by Kamala and Sleepy Joe, whether or not Kamala Harris cares about our young people and our military. Those incredible parents and sisters and brothers, they asked me to go yesterday to Arlington, and I did. And while I was there, I was there for a long time. It was very tough to get to because I was not in a good position to get there. It was very far away, but I did. I made it and I got there right on time. And I spent a lot of time there. And while I was there, those families that asked me to be there, as they said, 3 families plus 1 soldier who was horrifically injured, both legs and an arm. And they asked me if I would be there, so I went. And while we were there, they said, could you take pictures over the grave of my son, my sister, my brother? Would you take pictures with us, sir? I said, absolutely, I did. And then I said farewell. I said goodbye. And last night I read that I was using the site to politic, that I used it to politic. This all comes out of Washington, just like all of these prosecutors come out of Washington. They all come out. They send their prosecutors into the DA's office. They send them into the Attorney General's office. These are bad people we're dealing with. So I go there. They ask me to have a picture, and they say I was campaigning. I don't need – the one thing I get is plenty of publicity. I don't need that. I don't need the publicity. But these are great people, and when you think about it, Joe Biden killed their children by incompetence. Should have never happened. Kamala killed their children, just as though they had a gun in their hand, by gross incompetence.
Jesus.
And not one general or incompetent bureaucrat was fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And then they accused me of having a picture taken at the tombstone with a family because they love the president. They love me and I love them. I got to know them. Ask the cops in the street trying to protect you from murderers and rapists and thugs if Kamala Harris cares about law-abiding citizens. Remember to fund the police. Ask the families of women raped and murdered by illegal aliens and the teenagers cut to shreds by gangs from El Salvador and Venezuela if Kamala Harris cares about you. She destroyed San Francisco. Harris has opposed school choice for poor inner-city kids. She has opposed police in schools to protect our children. She has defended stocking school library shelves with filthy graphic books, horrible books. She refused to prosecute pedophiles who molested children when she was DA and AG in California. Does this sound like someone who cares about your children?
I'm going to see if he's taking questions.
I can't let you do it. I stopped it. It was stopped cold. And then when Biden got in, the first day he approved it. Got into the ring with a couple of very talented women. But what China did was very bad, very bad. But we're going to bring it all back to this state. You're going to have the greatest state in the world for automaking. You're coming back with automaking because that's what you do and that's what you do best. And a lot of these people, even if it's just job-related, auto worker-related, this is what they want to do. And they want to be here. They don't want to have to move. But you're not going to have any place to move because other jobs are going to be gone, too. They're taking away all our jobs. We're not going to let it happen. We're going to make America great. We're going to make America the production capital, manufacturing capital of the world, and it's going to happen very fast. I hope you're going to go out and vote for me because, honestly, if you don't, our country is finished. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you, everybody.
No, looks like he's not taking any questions. He's going to go shake hands and kiss babies. Nice. Alright guys, I've streamed for almost 5 hours now. That's probably my longest stream yet, so I'm probably going to sign off here. Appreciate you all hanging out, watching. Appreciate the follows, appreciate the subscribes that I got. This is a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm like 500 watch hours away now from getting into the partner program on YouTube. So definitely appreciate that. I still got to get 1,000 subscribers, which, you know, I got like a little bit less than 150 I still got to get. So definitely working my way there for sure. So I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you for your service, brother. Hey, thank you so much. We'll definitely do it again. We're getting closer to those debates. They should be happening the 10th as long as they can agree to all the terms going on. Definitely excited to look at those. I'm almost asleep with that speech. Yeah, that speech was a total snooze fest. I'm not going to lie. Nothing really new. Once he started talking about the Arlington photo, that's when I kind of peeked up and got interested again. But he didn't really say a whole lot about it. So, yeah, I definitely got to hang out with a dog. We got to play catch. He's getting pissed. So, got to go for a walk. All that stuff. Cook some food. So, I'll see y'all.